And make them feel like an asshole. I got a brain injury, dickhead. Yeah. You get mad.
All the effects.
Not only do you get away with it, you make them feel bad.
Guy coming up the steps. I don't have a gun yet.
Oh,
I got one.
Flatline. Okay.
Oh my
okay,
god,
here's
yo,
one.
this shit's insane.
Yo, there's enemies on the back. Oh, are you guys fighting too?
Yeah, I thought that was you, yeah.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, they're below us, I think.
This fucking
right there.
Mozambique is insane. Yo, has 9 shots in it. And just rapes motherfuckers.
9 shots.
Here's another one. Yeah, 9 shots in Mozambique. It's gold Mozambique.
What is it,
with
gold?
9 shots, yeah.
I didn't know they
Yeah.
had
Oh, there's
9 shots. That's insane.
It's
There's
only
dudes on the
first
back
April Fool's
fighting.
thing.
Oh,
Alright, hold on. I want to get the ball real quick.
there's 2 dudes back here.
I'm coming, I'm
I'll
coming.
hurt both of them.
Arcstar out. Throwing Arcstar.
Dude's up here.
Oh!
I broke his shield.
I fell up.
No, I jumped up top and
I think we're in the stair room.
Alright, enemy down.
up top of the steps.
Cow stick. They're both over there.
Enemy. Sending out my
Oh my god, I'm running through all this cars. I'm gonna die from fucking cluster gas. Yep. Fuck, man.
No.
Are they all dead?
No.
There's 2 of them still. They were up there.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Getting somebody up.
Yo, he's getting his dude up, Joe.
Shit. Yeah, I heard that. That's why I ran up there. Fudge.
Whoa, how are there 2 of them? How are there 3 of them up?
There was
weird.
1 down, and there was still 2 left. And then I downed the 1.
Oh, I thought
The
there
other
were 2
the
down,
ones chasing me. Yeah, there was still 2 running around. Yeah. Then they got the guy up. Yeah, gold Mozambique. Definitely recommend.
Yeah,
it.
man. Because the Mozambique's not a big gun. It just
I'm pretty sure it's not usually
no,
9
it's normally
shots.
3 shots.
The 3
Yeah.
shots is what fucks you up. Yeah.
Definitely is the bullshit. The bullshit's the bullshit. I gotta switch to my mechanic Instagrams. Wait, what? This is not the clip that I just made. What? Are you kidding me?
Powered up and ready to go.
So I gotta do all this again? Are you fudging kidding me?
Pay attention.
Today
In
will
my
be one of
blood
those
attention.
experiences where you'll sit back and say, oh yeah.
What, it just made a random clip?
No, it started like, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds before. No, longer than that.
okay.
This is your champion.
It's like
It
20
just take the
seconds
whole
too
thing without
long.
your trimming?
The ending's right, but yeah, it's like 20 seconds too long. The first like 20 seconds don't need to be there.
Do you think
What's that
when
train
you were
going?
doing the trim controls that instead of putting the left trim marker 20 seconds in, you just had your like scrub control 20 seconds in and thought you had your trim control set to that?
Probably gonna be
Yeah,
further than
that's
that.
probably
Plan on trying to land like right there.
stuff.
Something like that.
So
Something
now I
like
gotta
that.
find it and make it again.
I
make
just
sure
put
you
on
at
the
least go
clip.
on the train.
Fast forward 20 seconds. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to.
Oh, I like hit the pole.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. Don't tell me
No,
you
he didn't
didn't
make it.
You're on
No,
there,
he
I
didn't
didn't
make
make it.
First blood. Good thing it's not us.
Are you kidding? Oh my god, 0. That wasn't even that hard.
Alright, I'm jumping off for him.
Alright, I'm gonna jump off. I wish I could pick some of this shit up for you. There's like
Yeah, I
all these
didn't-
vests.
Well, I'm getting
Hats
shit
and
out of these
bags and
bins
shit.
Yeah.
in the tunnels. I've got something anyway.
I got a gold P2020 and a Prowler. No select fire though.
Nice.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Prowler. So the train's still up there. There might be people on it. You wanna try to catch up to it? There's like blue vests and bags. And
Sure, yeah, we do that.
Oh, what? I hear
I'm
enemies.
right
I
next
think.
to you.
No, I guess not. I guess not. Yeah. Okay.
Taking him out with a decoy.
Joe is the enemy.
Is that also a gold?
Blue
No.
bag.
I guess the blue vests are taken. Oh, no,
and
nice.
blue vest, and there's a
Helmet here.
another blue vest and another blue hat.
Oh, good shit.
And then hop off. I got a gold P2020. I'm not happy about it, but I don't want to get rid of it.
It's pretty badass sometimes, especially if you run out of
Yeah.
ammo in your primary.
Yeah, it does more damage to like
Yeah.
flesh, right? But still,
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so good for the shields, but
I would probably still die using it.
I mean, if you want a 45 for it, I'll trade it. Trade it to you.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to. I
I'll
don't want
definitely
to
trade it to you.
go to waste. Yeah,
Go to
so like
waste.
if you'll use it, I'll definitely trade you.
I mean, you don't,
No,
don't
no.
feel pressured.
Rings closing in 1.
Actually, I'll even take this.
Woo!
Here's a couple of
I'm
boxes
good. I
of
got
light.
140. In fact, I'm actually gonna take an alternator I just saw somewhere.
All right.
R99 here.
There's a 9-9 here.
The ring isn't very close. 45 seconds.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. Body shield here. Level 4.
Gold vest. Who gets the
Yeah,
dib?
you can get that. I'll take
shit.
the clip.
I need it. Never mind.
All right.
Yeah, and I got a Prowler with select fire. It's looking good. Looking good. You guys ready for a dub? We all got pretty good shit. 2 gold vests. How can we not win?
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Another blue hat.
I could use that. Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Heavy
Man,
I
mag.
there's
can
not
definitely-
jack diddly
Can
That's
definitely
squat
use
in this
both of
building.
those. Actually, no.
Rings moving.
R301 here.
301. Who wants a 301? Pretty sweet gun. I've been really liking that lately.
You can, Joe, if
gonna
you
lay
want
down
to take
now.
it. If not, I'll take it.
Actually, yeah, I'm dropping 99 for it,
I don't
just
care.
so I have some
I'll-
range.
Kill leader. Eyes out for him.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Plus the 301, it shoots a lot straighter. Like the 99 kicks up for distance. Like when you start shooting, it starts raising to the ceiling. But the
Yeah.
301 stays straighter. That's why I've been using that.
Incoming care package.
Yeah, it's way more.
This game, I'm just
controllable.
going straight close quarters.
All right.
99 Prowler.
Shit, I messed up. I don't even know where that clip was to make another one. Damn it. Alright, I just gotta post this.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Is that one of you? Yeah. Okay.
Shotgun bolt here. Gotta hop up here.
Him like
Double
that.
tap.
Trigger.
Blue shotgun shit.
Oh, gold sight. Don't mind if I do.
All right, we have a little bit of a way to go, so we should try to loot fast and run. just, I guess, skim through everything. It might be a good idea. 'Cause I just looked at the map. We're not fucking close.
Knock down shield.
Yeah.
Level 2.
There's a gold Mozambique. If somebody wants that shit.
There's another gold Mozambique.
Mozambique.
Another 301.
Oh shit, there's a balloon over here.
Something good there.
Right there. So that'll probably help us get in. It's still the first ring though, so I mean if you guys have health fuels, you can do a little more looting.
I have a couple, not a whole lot. I am.
Yeah, I got a couple.
I'm running like not good. I was closer to the other exit.
Well, I have like
This
3 med
area.
kits. So worst case scenario, I got one for all of us.
Yeah, we can
here,
hit the
I'm gonna
balloon and
start-
then
yeah.
I'll throw a zip.
And I got like 6 little throwables.
Where's that
Right here,
balloon?
towards me.
Oh, okay. Good shit.
Hmm. Oh, purple vest.
No,
Fuck.
yeah, I'm not coming back for it.
Carry it for you, Joe.
Let's go this
What? What?
I mean, I got the heals for you.
Oh, I hit the wrong
I
button.
got
Alright,
plenty
sure,
of
I'll come back
fucking
for it
heals.
then. I meant to hit the left trigger and I bumped the left bumper, which made me jump off of the freaking thing.
Oh, and your health.
Yeah, but I can't pop my
Yeah.
heal thing in the thing.
Well, I got these shits for you, these heals. So.
Oh, yo, I was going to jump. Don't jump to the train yard. There's people there. I'm not going to try to solo them. I'm going right over
Here,
here.
I'll drop shit for you here. Heal yourself.
Catching my
Yeah.
Do you have a med kit? Here, take a med kit.
Oh, God, I got enemies.
Oh, fuck. No! Can you escape? You're by yourself. And we're gonna get
Yeah,
you
I
all
can't
fucked
escape.
up.
They were in my fucking face.
Well, I'm gonna go this way to heal up first.
The enemies are where my box is at over there.
Okay.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah, I just can't heal up right by the enemies, so I just gotta run down this way a little bit.
There might be enemies at the train yard too, so just keep an eye out.
True.
Oh, well, I saw a guy is what I'm saying.
Gotta patch myself up.
So I think they're might still be there. I don't know.
Alright, I'm healing.
God damn it, those faggots got all the good shit out of my box. Gold
Well,
armor,
hopefully-
gold P2020.
Oh, you're all the way over that hill. Shit.
Yeah, because I saw people in the train yard, and I was like, I'm not going to try to solo them. And then there just happened to be 3 dudes coming over the fucking hill for no reason.
Alright, shit. Well, they ran away.
Okay, there's a
Let's see if I
there's
can
a
get
thing.
something.
I'm gonna pop this.
Yeah,
real
there's
quick.
nothing in there.
Somebody shot it when it was white.
Where do you want? Where can we bring it back,
Uh,
Jeff? We have to
Train.
go this
Oh,
general
there
direction.
was
now.
a. There it is, vault key. I don't know if there's a.
Oh, there's one right at the train yard. Oh, you've been over there. Shit, it's right near you. But we only have a minute, 10 seconds. You're so close. Do you want to
Oh
bring it
yeah,
back?
yeah, I can do that. That's yeah. And I got the key for the vault, which I don't know if there is a vault that's sensible to go to.
We still have a fucking far way to go. The vault's. Yeah.
Yeah, this
Fuck.
is.
We're gonna get stuck in the storm. This is gonna hurt. We should just run right in now. We should just run right in. The tracks will
Yeah.
get fastest. You want to check the vault? You can,
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna hang
going
on to
there, 'cause
it
I feel like
for-
we'll just fucking die if we all go there.
Check out over there.
I'm gonna drop my. If you run in on the tracks,
There's unopened bins here.
I'm
Zero.
also gonna drop my special in on this
Okay.
Golden
on the
Mose
tracks here. I won't let me call it in on the tracks. What the fuck?
Tick-tock, 10
Why can?
seconds.
Golden Mozambique.
Hemlock here.
There's a vest.
Level 1.
We don't have time for that now. Fuck.
Ah, never mind. Syringe here.
I dropped some syringes.
It wouldn't let me like call in my thing on the tracks. So by the time I was able to find a spot, it wouldn't.
Really? That's
It would
weird.
have. not made sense.
2 circle sites here.
Where's the gold Mozambique?
In that
Oh,
first
that's not
bin
what I
back
wanted
there.
to do.
Oh shit.
And there's a alternator. Alright, I'm gonna start moving. Shit's coming.
Alternator, light ammo here. Gotta hop up here.
And I could drop you light ammo if you want this alternator.
No, I'm good, thank you.
The
Yeah, we gotta
storm's
go.
like right on your ass. Shield cells in there if you have time to grab them. Alright, it's not too far. I'm almost in the circle now. We just gotta basically get
Yeah, as
to
soon
this
as we
bridge.
get there, I will call in my thing for you. Hopefully get you a cool vest. Here's a bag right here. In that
Open
supply
bin
bin.
over here.
Thank you. I just got another one that was in another bin.
Package just got called in. Might have been a game
We're
package
safe.
over there. Alright, I'm gonna call it in up here by this wall. Or not, it won't let me call. What the fuck is going on here?
Here's your birthday present.
Alright.
Did we even fight anybody? I don't even think it did. Or well, Zero did.
Yeah, that was it.
Syringe here.
Guess I could use that too.
Purple vest.
Oh hell
Oh,
yeah!
I called it.
That
I called
hits the
the
spot.
purple vest. I needed it.
That is a lifeline package.
Alright, so this isn't directly in
Lifeline
the storm. We
package?
can go the other way,
This way.
and that would go more. Oh shit. Alright, well I guess you guys
Yeah,
ready to fight? They're on the bridge. They're on the bridge.
God.
Opening fire on the enemy.
Thermite. Grenade.
They're over here. They're trying to come up here.
Reloading. Give him my shield to recharge.
Oh, they're getting burnt. One's down.
Enemy down.
One's almost down. This guy's almost dead.
Nice.
Ring's not too far.
Is there still one left up here?
Right here, he's getting himself
more.
up.
Oh, he's getting himself up. Oh no,
Nice.
there he is. There he is. My bad. I thought I heard a.
I got you.
I thought I heard like a get up, like a gold shield revive, but I didn't.
Your health is very healthy.
Alright, we gotta be quick. We're still.
Oh yeah.
We got 30 seconds. It's not terrible. I really need heavy ammos.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, thermites. Fuck yeah, thermites.
Dude, that Mozambique is not bad.
Yeah, dude, I told you. It's pretty fucking sweet.
Gold sight right there.
Optics here. Close
Oh, that's why I couldn't get it.
Some heals.
Is there any heavy anywhere? Where's
Right
the
here.
third box at?
Gold Havoc, Gold Mozam, Gold Vest, Gold that.
body helmet here. Level 4.
Wake up. Ring's moving. That thing hurts.
We're right next to the ring, so
No heavy?
Bet that care
Fuck.
package has some sweet gear for us.
yeah, I need heavy
There's-
too.
there's a
I
gold
mean, I'm
vest in
okay,
there.
but it would help.
0.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
get that vest at least. Two med kits. Oh, here we go.
Light ammo here.
Helmet here. Level 3.
I'm dropping some shoddy if one of y'all kept that.
There's another one in there.
Mozambique.
There's heavy right there. Somebody's being brought back.
Oh shit!
Oh shit, right here.
And there's another med kit right here.
Med kit here.
Birdman.
I'm loaded up
Exactly,
on
they're
heals.
They're right there. There's two
Shit, shit,
squads.
shit.
I saw them
Yeah, I
shoot at
just
each
saw
other.
that too.
Let them engage.
All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am repairing myself.
And we'll be the cleanup crew.
Just a square. 1 second.
There's only 3 other squads, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Alright, they're all over there.
Level 1.
I'm gonna creep on them.
Shotgun bolt here. A99 here.
Where at, Grim?
They're all right like the way that I'm walking.
I'm
Oh, I see.
grenading
One of them's
Just
running away.
for good measure.
Fuck yeah. Grenade the shit out of me. Alright, they're burning.
Oh, I just got scanned.
Me too. Oh shit! On the balcony.
Birdman around the back. Birdman down.
Oh, that one had a gold shield.
New
I'm gonna
kill
execute him.
Up top, shit.
1 minute.
Gold bag in here.
Backpack here. Level 4.
Up top
Oh,
of
there's
this
a guy in
building,
here.
I think.
I'm coming.
Oh. I'm getting them. They're throwing nade.
Nice.
Good shit.
All right.
Heal.
Cannons.
Recharge.
Straight cannons.
yeah. One squad left.
Another gold shield
Yeah,
here.
there's so
Very
much
heavy in
loot.
that
Oh shit,
bitch.
I need heavy like desperately too. Fuck.
There's fucking shits everywhere. There's boxes galore. Down here, mad people are hiding. Come back
Medkit
here. This side here. What did I just do?
Oh shit, I have way too
I
much.
just got rid of
10
something.
seconds. A ring activated.
10 seconds till the storm moves in.
Heavy ammo here.
It's heavy here.
Not no more.
I got
Oh,
heavy now. Here's more
purple
heavy.
fucking
That's as
thing.
much heavy. That's as much heavy as you can want, and the
What?
storm's moving in real quick. That's like 268 heavy
Yeah, I need
rounds.
some
in that.
heavy.
Oh, Phoenix kits.
Storms are
Ooh,
moving
another
in, boys.
use
Very
site.
close. Very close.
Don't mind if I do. Oh, there's only one squad
You,
left.
you got.
Yo,
we got to
we
move.
so
We got to
happy.
move. We got to move. We got to move.
So have this game, dude. So happy. Go up here though, cause a lot of people hide up here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not in the circle. Never mind. They have to be
Well,
on this side.
you can
though.
still be on top though.
Let's check it over there.
All right. Oh shit. Oh.
they're
this one's
sniping
into
at
the
us.
Storm.
Oh,
I'm hearing shots.
Yep.
yeah.
I hear.
Past the first
All right,
building.
I'm gonna creep.
Okay.
I'm gonna creep.
Oh, one of them's real close. One of them's real close over here.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're on top of that building.
Shit.
Well, I heard him. Oh,
Should
on
grab
top.
more syringes.
I got plenty of med kits and shit.
All right. Yeah, I
God
have.
damn.
No.
Throw 'em
I
in
hear
the
them.
Birdman,
Dude
Birdman,
with an
Birdman on
L-star
me.
on the move.
I just missed so many shots.
Shit, one coming up the stairs.
One down.
Oh, that's me.
shit,
That's me.
you.
Oh, there's one on the ground below us though. Good
Two
shit.
down.
Two down.
Where's the last motherfucker?
He's
Unless
probably got
this
a
guy
gold
just
shield.
has
He's
gold
trying to
shield.
hide. Nope.
Okay, there's one more. One of them might have had a gold shield, so the other one might have, right? Or did
If
you
the three of
kill
us
him?
can't kill, here, kill. Did you kill the last guy, the other guy crawling? I killed one.
He's
crawling.
I
up
did
on the
not.
mountain. He's up
Oh,
on like
okay.
the mountain somewhere. But it looked like he had a white shield.
Oh shit. And then maybe that's where the other guy went. I think it was blue, but yeah, I definitely saw
Well,
his
they have to
shield.
come back to us in
But I don't want
15
that other guy to
seconds.
get up. Does nobody see him? He's probably hiding.
Dude, the storm will burn his ass
I
to
thought it was
death.
like back here somewhere.
10 seconds.
He was like crawling around right here somewhere. Look at this. Yeah, that's the Birdman one. Maybe he's hiding like over here or
Stay
something.
one. We're all inside this ring.
He can't hide for
Yeah,
long.
if the three of us can't kill this last guy, we don't deserve
That's
to
me. That's
fucking
me in
win.
the. Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
there.
How the hell did he crawl
There's
all
this
the way
third
up
floor.
there?
There is a new kill leader.
Oh, I might have heard him. I
Motherfucker.
might have heard him in the water.
Where? Oh, heard him.
I don't know
thought you said
where.
Heard him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh,
Oh,
what? He
down
got
the
burned
rank.
to death.
Oh,
Dum
he
dum.
must have just like not been playing.
Oh, maybe so.
Oh,
maybe
there's the
so.
box,
He
I
was
think.
Cowardly or something, or wasn't playing.
I think it was under the building.
Where was it?
You are the Apex champions.
Yeah.
Under the
Maybe he
building?
thought the storm would burn us
Yeah.
to death.
Or maybe he had to go do something and he like
They'll go looking for my teammates
Went
and
and
get
hid somewhere.
killed.
Oh, I can't see your info. Zero, what'd you get?
It's either five. I don't know which one was. I either had 5 something or 7 something. I don't know.
Y'all did good,
Joe.
though. Y'all
I had
did good.
Were you-
549,
yeah.
Zero's got 708.
Okay, I had 7 something. Okay, yeah.
How many kills do you
Yeah,
have,
good
Zero?
shit. Dub dub.
We down
I
to
don't know.
total
Oh,
of
let
like
me see.
4 squads, probably maybe 3.
I had no
yeah,
kills
probably
that time.
4. Oh, no kills? Oh. Well, definitely helped. I'll be right back.
I'm tagging everybody I know on Instagrams.
Yeah, you were. Grim asked you about like dosing with sanitizer or whatever after you went out. I was telling him, man, there's this lady on Facebook, like an older lady, you know, and I feel like older people are more prone to post like just unofficial, unsubstantiated shit from anywhere they hear it that sounds good to them.
Well, they're probably getting
And
it
like,
from.
she was like,
okay, I'm not even gonna have that conversation. But go ahead.
From what? I mean, you can just okay. But anyway, like I'm just talking about like, you know, shit they'll pass on from friends or whatever, and like this shit said, it was like a little graphical checklist, and it said procedure for coming home, like after you've been out, you know, and it was like spray your shoes with alcohol, do the same thing for cell phone, car keys, you know, shit like all the shit you would carry with you. Take your shoes off before you enter the house. Spray your shoes with alcohol. Spray everything with alcohol. Go to the washer and take off your clothes and throw them directly in the washer.
Win again.
And like, and then take a shower, and like, it was this fucking ridiculous, exhaustive shit. Can you imagine like spraying everything you own with alcohol, and like immediately stripping, and putting your clothes in the washer and taking a shower? Like, I mean, it seems excessive to me.
Are you telling Joe about your daily routine?
Yeah.
I mean, depends on where I go. I mean, there's definitely days where I've been out like a lot. Like I had to go to the doctor, then the pharmacy, then I went food shopping and went somewhere else. I did all of that, except I used Lysol wipes instead of alcohol. Yeah.
Are you serious?
And fight.
All right, dude. Well, no insult
No,
intended.
I'm not insulted. I mean, it is a lot,
to me, yeah.
but it's now if I just like, I'm gonna have to run to the store Monday. Gonna have to run to the grocery store, and it's gonna be a pickup. So they're gonna bring it to my car.
Joe, bring up. Go somewhere.
I'm gonna go to this bin right here, and
I was trying to help you in case there's somebody actually wanted to go.
and dual Mozambique? Should I? Nah, that's just crazy.
Oh, someone's shooting at you, Zero.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
It was me. I'm just fucking around.
Oh.
We're already inside this next ring.
But yeah,
If
so
you
if
don't
it's,
know, now you know.
like I'm not gonna have to get out of the car. I mean, I'm not gonna do all that stuff. I mean, like, I will definitely, like, I won't
the
bring the
train?
bags in and stuff. Like, the
that's
bags,
fine.
they get emptied at the, like, right inside the front door. And we clean the shit off. If it's like cardboard and stuff, Lysol wipes don't work on cardboard. So, like, we don't do all that stuff. But, like, if it's a non-porous
Okay.
material...
Yeah, it's just, I mean, this is not Ebola. I mean, you know, it doesn't really hurt most people that bad.
feels
but,
good.
But yeah,
Feels good to me.
you'll enjoy. You'll say thank you.
Well, there's
coronavirus.
somebody
May
in
I have
Kim's
another?
family that's on, like, in the hospital on a respirator.
Yeah, I mean, it can
I
happen,
mean, a healthy 30-year-old
but
dude.
it doesn't mean it's gonna
Right,
happen.
but I
to
mean,
you.
like,
What? So, how discriminatory are you? Are you trying to say that they won't enjoy it? They're too sick to enjoy the virus?
yep.
no, but
Definitely.
I see what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
mean, and,
I
like,
see what you're saying.
me
I
and
just-
Kim
No, I
definitely
did,
are
yeah.
not
My grandpa has
healthy.
leukemia and just had heart
I mean-
surgery 2 weeks ago. So yeah.
But I mean, are you
I
going to do
get
this the
it.
rest of your life because it's not going away? Is what you know what I mean? I mean,
It'll
it's not going to
eventually
be
go away
stamped
when
out.
everybody that can have it gets it.
Back here. Level 2.
Well, no, I mean,
That's the only thing that'll really.
that how is it going to
For
do that? How is
anything
it
to
different
anything.
from? I mean, the flu doesn't go away, and about everybody in the world has had the
Well,
flu.
that's true.
I mean, it mutates,
Well, yeah, the
but
flu
But
changes.
I mean,
they'll
none of
probably-
these other
they'll come up
illnesses
with
go
some
away.
treatment for it. Yeah. They're
but
looking
so
into
does
stuff.
coronavirus.
Chloroquine, the malaria treatment. They're looking in the blood plasma with antibodies of people that already had it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm
need
sure
it.
they'll get a vaccine.
I mean,
I'm
yeah.
sure they'll get a vaccine,
A-
but still,
as long as something
these
lowers the
diseases
death
don't
rate,
go
that's all
away.
we really need. Yeah, they won't go away, but they won't be such a threat to the
Yeah,
population
Lester
like
is
they
a
are
threat.
now.
People are flying in.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's dropping right here.
Where are they at? Okay.
Let's go. Fuck it. That is unacceptable. Who the fuck do they think they are, bro?
Okay, one flew into that bin just now.
Which bin?
Oh,
Oh,
they're
the
zipping
top
across?
bin. Oh, there's two of them up there. All right, I'm gonna go up the rope. I have two
All right,
throwables.
yeah.
Up, the third one just went in this bin here.
Okay. I'm coming
They're
with
zipping
you,
back
Grim.
across?
Okay.
Ooh, I just got fucked up.
Reloading.
Somebody's robots down here hunting me.
Oh God. I got one.
Just getting
Oh, tell me if they're zipping over. Oh,
Shit,
oh
there's-
no! I'm executing. Are they coming to me?
Yeah, they're.
Fuck,
Shit.
man. God damn it. They're in
Okay,
my
there's
bin.
just one up. There's just one up. I'm coming. Joe, get ready to fight this fool just in case.
Yeah, I'm coming up to the.
I broke his shield. I'm down.
looks like a
Oh God, he got around my.
You got him.
Where'd he go?
Don't worry,
He was still in the bin last I saw.
I picked up a teammate's banner.
Behind you.
Oh, he's zipping up on you.
Behind
He's
you.
Yeah, I
Behind
turned around.
you.
I turned around.
Yeah, that's the rope they were just at.
He must have went to the other.
Oh, okay.
He must have went to the other bin.
Maybe there's the delay, so I stopped saying it when you turned
Now
around.
he's coming up. What the fuck? He's being sneaky.
Damn, he's got pretty good accuracy.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I'll get that later. Hey,
You want to just go to another respawn? We'll find
Oh, I
new
see him.
stuff.
nah, fuck this. I'm going in.
He just jumped
Yeah.
out. See him? Do you want to shield up? Do you have a shield cell?
No, I do not. Oh, what? Are you fucking kidding me?
Go in the box. There should be shield cells in some of that shit.
Recharging my shields.
There you go. He's trying to bring his boy back. Yep. Get his ass.
What? That was fucking crazy.
Okay.
I don't even know how many times. More than enough, it should have been.
Yeah, he was a little bastard.
That gives me a headache.
Yeah, I hate when that kind of shit happens.
Head pain, head pain, head pain, head pain.
Oochie walla walla, oochie bang bang. Face. That's what's on my shit. Oochie walla walla, oochie bang bang. Got the gut man. Scream and shout.
I was created for this, I think. I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding, he's fine. Everyone's fine.
Big things are coming.
Introducing your champion.
Just a video, Sam. Don't worry. Okay. 30 seconds. Nothing yet. I got to jump. All right. Let's do it. I'm
Or
going
whatever, I mean, as long as we win.
the tree. I jumped before I knew where I was going. I just wanted to jump quick. Oh no, that's my fault. I fucked it up.
What'd you do?
Flew too close to the tree. And
I got too close to the leaf, so our fucking rocket boots came on.
Oh shit.
Oh, well, there's nobody here yet.
Gold Mozam, they're fucking everywhere.
We're good. Yeah, get that Mozam. Get that gold ass Mozam. Is it blue shit? Nah.
Oh shit. Hey, here, you can have that.
Oh, you can have it. Beat you to it.
Yeah, this Mozambique's better than the Eva, I think, with the 9 rounds.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't, yeah, it fucking is crazy.
The battle
I should use it. You probably can't use it for long.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is it just today that it's a valet bow?
I'm guessing so, because it's April Fool's Day, so, you know, I feel like that is connected. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you think they're only going to have 3 shots. April
Yeah, was
Fools,
it-
bitch?
Remember last year when they made it where you can, when you throw the Mozambique down and hits the ground, was that for April Fools? Or
Wait, what did it do?
when you would get rid of the Mozambique, you wouldn't just drop it like a normal gun, you'd like slam it to the ground hard as shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't remember what.
And that was
was.
only
I know what you're
temporary.
talking
Yeah, I
about
don't know if that was also
Gotta
like
hop up here. Double tap trigger.
Oh,
I need a-
damn, this thing
I
is
need a bag.
badass.
Level 2.
Check out over there. Spotlight
extended
here.
light mag. Where you seeing? Oh, you're over
Take
there.
that.
I need me a bago. I need me a bago. Anybody see a bago?
I just pinged
Anybody see a bago?
the blue one. Did you not get that?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I was just
got
saying.
it. Did I throw down a white one for it?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure there's a
Yeah,
white
here's a
one
white one.
somewhere.
Gotta hop
Okay.
up here. Double tap trigger. Extended light mag here. Level 1.
just fell. They must not be very
I need it. 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 I need a motherfucking shit, bitch. Gold Mozam.
Mozambique. Prowler SMG here.
I saw the Prowler. I didn't see a select fire yet.
Alright, I'm gonna finish this post real quick. We're live now.
Gonna do
Finish
what?
this post real quick.
No.
We're live
okay.
now. Stop by and say hi. And then leave all of the appropriate things. I need more hashtags to do. I need more hashtags. I want to be one of those people
Hashtag killing them.
that drops like 30 hashtags.
Hashtag no means yes.
Did you ever watch Kimmy
Yes.
Schmidt, that
Oh, I
Netflix
love it.
show? Like on one of the episodes, yeah, I thought it was pretty good too. In one of the episodes, she says she's trying to say hashtag, but she says hash brown.
I don't remember that, but it's definitely a Kimmy Schmidt thing.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, like because she's from the
Yeah,
90s.
it's so good. Oh, it's such a good song. I know the song in the beginning. Oh, I love this song. They're
Yeah, I like
alive,
the song.
damn it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, it's one of the better theme songs.
Optics here.
I'm carrying a bunch of light ammo in case I found a light gun and I swapped out this Mozambique.
Here's another fucking a line of flatness. Shitload of light in there too.
Spitfire. Spitty Spitfire.
Spit hot
Spit
fire.
the hot fire. All of the hot fire. Alright, I'm committed to this Mozam. I'm dropping this light shit that I got. There's 60 lights.
Light ammo here.
There's another blue
Extended
light
light
mag.
mag here. Leather 2.
I was carrying one in case I picked the gun up, but it's not going to him.
Yo,
Oh,
there's enemies
hold
up
on,
here.
I'm zipping in a second.
Alright, I'm
I'm
trying to
jumping
figure
down.
out how
I'm
to
jumping
climb
down.
up there, so.
Well,
Count on me
I just
just
jumped
yet.
down.
Oh man, I fucking made it. Okay.
I'm coming
Okay,
up.
I
I'm
don't
coming
have
up.
grapples.
Oh,
so.
okay. I'll be
They're
there.
coming.
In
Yeah, I'm down here.
a sec. I'm here. Oh, airstrike.
Yeah, I'm
Airstrike.
trying to get up this wall.
Recharging shields.
I'm here.
I thought that was your airstrike
No.
or something.
We don't have airstrikes. Somebody's here?
Shit.
Fuck, that's why I ran into it. So I was like, oh, that's ours. Oh, we don't even
Yeah.
have a fucking Bangalore.
And
This dude's almost
It
dead.
could
This
still
dude
hurt
back here
you.
almost dead.
Bangalore's
coming,
airstrike
I'm
would still
coming.
hurt you.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Yep.
Oh, right coming
It
around
would,
the
it
corner.
would shell shock me. But just
Yeah.
as much as it would for them.
No, but it could still hurt you.
Yeah, I think that might have been two squads.
Like Bangalore can kill herself with the airstrike.
No, if it's your teammates, it only shell shocks. It doesn't kill you or hurt you.
Light ammo here.
Select fire.
Select fire.
Oh, is that a pallet round?
No, you had a Havoc.
Oh man, it just turned. Motherfucker.
How many boxes are here?
Optics here.
Three.
Close
They're
range.
not more than three. That was it. Three.
There's a used site. Oh, there's a
Yeah,
gold
it's-
box. You guys are keeping all the gold boxes to yourself. Hey. Hey.
What's gold in it?
Mozambique.
Recharging shields.
Fancy.
here.
I need heavy bullets. I only have 2 clips of heavy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me 3. How many do you have,
Ooh,
Joe?
Four.
slick fire. Oh, you have a slick fire looking for a prowler.
Select fire.
Yeah, I found one in that.
Here's 30 heavy.
Prowler.
Oh, here's a prowler. Here's a prowler and 30 heavy in that.
Oh,
Oh,
and
I just
prowler.
marked the heavy.
Motherfucker, right? Prowler's looking kind of tight.
Gracias.
Hey, you want to
Yes.
grab that 30?
There's another box down here.
Well, I guess I should
Oh
drop
yeah, I
this
see it.
heavy.
Probably a few in there.
3 boxes.
That's right.
More heavy.
Okay, you grab that.
And there's a box of heavy over there. And here's
Ammo here.
There's
I'm good. I got 100.
that last box
something.
had 20 in it.
130.
there's another box.
Here's a U site.
Yeah, you saw it.
Optics here. Close range.
I'm all U'd up.
There's some syringes.
Baby.
Shit, I'm gonna take that instead of this fucking threat.
Alright,
Oh, I can't
is
do
there-
that.
Anybody have a lot of big shield batteries? I
No,
only have
I-
one.
I have-
Anybody has a bunch?
I don't have
2.
any.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, you guys
Here's 0. I'll
want to
give
go
you
push
one
that
of
fight?
mine.
Oh, I didn't even hear it. Oh, thanks, Bria.
Yeah, it's like over there somewhere. You gotta go this direction anyway.
Oh, yeah.
They're in here.
No. All right.
I think they're about to come out of here.
Oh, one on the roof. I did about 100 something to him. I'm down.
Fast guys are coming up on our right somewhere.
Hostile right here, right in front of me. So close.
Oh, that robot's down, but I am so almost dead.
Give him my shield to recharge. Go bamboozle.
I'm getting 0.
Alright, I'm here.
Your help is
I'm
very
gonna
helpful.
pop up.
Charging shield.
Oh, damn.
Recharging my
Trying to pop a battery.
Repairing.
I'm healing
Yeah, I'm
meds and I'm
healing,
in the fight.
too.
How many people
Alright.
are left?
Somebody's over there. We got a squad over there.
Oh, someone's zipping up.
Listen up, got another squad coming in.
All right, yeah. Go back to the squad that you were talking about, so we don't get stuck in between.
What? Okay.
Oh, they're throwing
Yeah.
grenades.
Them. Work like edge to edge.
Barney stick. Shit. Where they at? Oh, I see. Shit.
Oh, I thought
Mark
we
them
were
if you
fighting
can.
All right, I'm falling there.
One down.
Behind us. Got one down.
Two down. That
on my
grenade.
ass.
Oh man. I'm gonna burn to death.
I'm over here tucked away if you can get me up.
Yeah, just save yourself. Oh, shit. Man, they came flocking to that fucking battle, man.
Shit. Yeah, man. I had a hype zone Monday. Hype zone stopped in, and I missed it.
All right, I came
Yeah.
on. Yeah, you missed it.
I wasn't paying attention. Cause that's what I do.
Well, if you're
Too
good,
bad they
doing
didn't
good enough
think you were
for
so
Hearthstone to
cool,
come
you didn't
by,
even care.
you're probably too busy to notice. So
Yeah.
makes sense.
They stop by when you're like top 5 or some shit. Something like that. I gotta put this on. That.
You know those videos people post to Facebook about where they're on the toilet and they ask their little kids like, "Oh, go get me some toilet paper," and then they put shit on their hand. Well, it's like usually chocolate or pudding or something. You know what I'm talking about?
I do not.
You haven't seen any of them? Oh, I see them all the time.
Oh.
Yeah. They go to grab a toilet paper roll off like they're like 5-year-old or whatever, and they like accidentally wipe it on their hand. And then the kids are always like, "Oh, what is this?" And they're like, "Oh, it's poop." And then some of them throw up, some of them freak out. I just watched a video
The
where the girl's
kids?
like, "Where'd this come from?" And started licking it. I'm like, yeah, it didn't work. I guess I raised a savage.
It's the parents holding the fake poop, right? Or is it the kids?
It's the parents.
Huh?
You're saying, yeah, okay, that's what I thought you were saying, but
All the streamers that stream this all said it's hard. It's a hard game to pay attention to the chat with. Yeah, it's definitely. I like battle royales for the fact that like in between the rounds, you can pay attention to chat. It's like it's made with a designated time to.
once again, no
talk to
gun.
chat.
Let's drop the sweet SP
Another
2020
gold
into the best
Mozambique.
Okay, I got 2020.
Look at you go, bro.
I hear. Yeah, so do
Oh,
I.
I hear somebody.
Oh shit, I fell off, but they're on my ass.
Yeah, let's chase this
Oh,
fool.
yeah.
Oh, he's down, he's down.
Bitch.
There's a caustic setting up traps.
I need help though. Can you drop
Yeah.
your drone for me, Joe? Joe, can you drop your drone
The
for me?
caustic is down.
Like in the cut, in the cut.
Caustic.
We're all inside the ring.
On
Oh,
top
here,
of the
I
dance
don't know
floor.
if you can use that.
Where'd he go? He jumped down.
Oh fuck yeah.
I'm
Over
coming.
here, over here.
I'm almost healed.
Got him, got him.
Don't need no help.
Oh, this is caustic.
Somebody else
Everybody's
is up
dead,
here.
Yeah, somebody's throwing grenades.
No, somebody's still. Yeah, somebody's still up.
There
Here.
we go. That was on the caustic team, so we're good on that.
Oh, somebody's still here. Oh, I just got down by.
I got a Mozambique too, girl.
Good kill.
What's up,
Good kill.
girlfriend? Yep.
All right, did you kill
Yeah,
her?
she
Kill her,
dead.
Joe?
Yeah. She got counter beat.
Okay. Where the fuck did this caustic crawl to?
Stabilizer here. Level
He should have just turned into a box just now.
Yeah, but he fell down the hole and I didn't follow him. That was like in the beginning.
Yeah, I
and
didn't
don't
either,
know where
but
the
I was
fuck
just
he is.
saying. Oh
There's
yeah.
a bunch
well,
of
yeah,
energy
that's true.
here if anybody's playing that weird game.
Probably in here. It says boxing. There's a blue shirt.
Oh, there's a select fire.
Go for it, Joe. I'm
Select
trying to find some stuff up
There's
here.
a gold Mozam, man. You should definitely get that.
dibs.
Where's it
Yeah.
at in here? Back here?
Somebody zipping up.
I do not see it. Okay.
There was some weird guy that looks like Mirage.
All right,
Get him.
I will definitely shoot him.
Get him.
I'm looking for him.
He's real creepy. He's real fucking
Where's this
creepy.
Mirage who's touching himself?
Shotgun ammo. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
Is that what he was
I mean,
doing?
that's how you be
Huh.
creepy.
Anybody have? Oh yeah, I'll use that. Anybody have shield cells?
Yes.
I only have 2 little ones. I can't heal my fucking
Yeah, yeah.
vest I found.
Yeah, I'll give you one too. Here you go. Well, I'll give you 2. I don't.
Thank you.
I'm healed up.
There's a select fire in the back there.
Is there anything in any of these boxes? There's a what?
There's a select fire
Something.
back here in the right there.
Hemlock 45.
Actually, here. So we're not fighting over this again. I'm gonna drop my flatline and all my heavy.
Heavy ammo. Extended
Can you drop your
light
heal
ammo
bot?
here.
And I'm.
What? You don't want to be heavy
It
if
just
I'm
no.
heavy?
So we all are looking for the same ammo.
Come on, you two. Say hello.
So I'm running energy and shotgun. So there you go, 0.
Extended heavy mag
Hey,
here.
Thank
Level 1.
you. Oh, thanks.
But I got 70. Oh, 0. There's also one of that stuff for you.
Backpack here.
Level 2.
Level 1.
Nice.
Backpack.
Does anybody need any light? I'm heavy shotgun right
No,
now.
not I. But yeah, I got a lot of
I'm
shotgun.
good on the light.
Optics here.
Digital threat. Who wants that shit?
I got one of my Mosin.
Oh, light mag. Anybody seen a light mag laying around?
No.
Optics here.
No. Oh, got a plot
335 here.
stabilizer.
Alright, so we're 2 fellas.
We'll go to the little village
Yeah,
in
the
the
village
valley.
in the valley. Yeah, it's nice to have the little break in between, but during the game, and the game can be like 20 some minutes long, so like you run into that issue. But oh, train's here. Train looks looted though. Yeah, another
blue
blue
vest.
vest.
Oh shit!
Oh shit, there's a purple knockdown
Oh,
shield.
another gold sight.
Optics here.
Optics
Close
here.
range.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
I'm jumping off. I've jumped off. I'm down in that village.
All right, I'm gonna hit
Oh,
one of these
that-
bins and I'm joining you. Oh, there's a bunch of light and a 301.
Light R301 here.
I'll take that 2x. Oh, there's a yeah.
White
there's-
light mag.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. I could use that.
Shield is probably what I need the most.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap trigger. Light ammo
With
here.
60 light, I dropped man by one tip.
Stabilizer here. Level 2.
Level 2 barrel.
I'll take that.
Couple of scouts up here if anybody likes that.
Actually,
Blue bag. Oh no, that's. I'm sorry. I thought that was a blue bag.
Syringe here.
Shield battery here.
I did ping.
Oh, level 3 body armor.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get that armor.
No,
Joe.
it's you.
It's
Bad.
it's. I didn't mean.
take it.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you had one before I
No,
pinged
it's
it.
all gravy, buddy.
Thanks,
Barrel
man.
stabilizer here. Level 2.
Couple heavy
Light ammo here.
I'm
99.
full on bullets.
Did you get that big shield thing from the center room?
Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Sniper stock here. Level
Pretty
3.
fucking sweet.
Here's another blue barrel.
Stabilizer here. Level 2.
Oh, I hear some bullets.
I'm good on stabilizers.
Oh, and they just
Found
somebody
a
just
gold
shot
one.
down a. Oh, right there, I can see them.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Spotted.
Wanna go rape him?
Oh yeah, I definitely do now. Oh, there's a U site.
He's going to the right.
Make it.
Oh, he's zipping away.
Close range.
I didn't make it.
I almost fell
Alright.
right in.
Can you zip us across? No, shit, you're already across. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Where you
over
at?
here.
Where you at?
Okay.
Right there.
Which way did he zip away to? Do you know?
He to the north, to the east, toward the fucking extractor thing or whatever.
That way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Beginning ring countdown.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Oh,
People
you're
right here.
Okay, we're back down the hill, Joe, toward the train yard.
This dude's separated from his squad. Oh no, the other guy was hiding. This is the robot. They were all just hiding
down.
setting his trap.
Enemy down.
Shit, yeah. On top. Broke the robot shield. Oh, I got killed by a grenade.
Bug 'em, bug 'em, bug 'em.
Yeah, that sucked. That grenade got through like
That's
2
where the
grenades
robot
from up
went.
top.
He was just hiding behind that truck near the unopened bins as a trap.
Well, the robot I saw, I mean, I clearly saw him go up the hill toward that
Oh.
direction, so
Well,
he
then
might have
maybe it was a
circled
different
around,
robot.
though. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
he
yeah,
might
I
have, he
saw
might have
one
done some
person
kind of maneuver, too. I
by
don't
the-
know.
Yeah, there was one person by the entrance of the truck. So I threw fire grenades and no one else could come out, and I started shooting them, but the other guy was just hiding behind that fucking truck. Like a bitch.
Like a
I'll be right back.
bitch. Hiding like a bitch. Shooting like a bitch. Sucking dick like a bitch.
I'm seeing some ad on Facebook for like vault builder of some sort, and like it shows this fucking roided out dude lifting weights, and he looks. I thought it was like really shitty CGI a minute. I thought it was like a 3D model of a bodybuilder with the lighting and stuff. Man, that's crazy. I want to screenshot this and send it to you. It's the fakest looking real dude I've ever seen.
I'm just kidding. He's fine.
I know. I know a pretty fake, real dude. He's so real that it annoys me how fake he is.
Hey, that's me.
Alright.
Tell me this shit don't look CGI.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Muzak would be a good kiss all on Mizai. Muzak.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the
Oh yeah,
leader.
he's fake as shit.
I'm gonna cancel that. How about this way?
Doesn't he look like a 3D model or something? Like his face especially. Like he looks like some shitty NPC in like a 7-year-old game or something.
Oh, somebody's here. Birdman's going across, and more people are landing in. We got a couple squads.
Think somebody's in his car that I'm going
Yeah, that's
to.
where Birdman went to.
If you see one and you can mark them, please do. I'm down low. Oh, they're on the train. They're on the train coming off the front.
You got played, bitch. How's that feel? Oh, I should tip that.
God damn it. There's 2 squads in this area.
Alright,
Alright.
got a vest. I'm coming.
It's just shot at. Enemy down.
One down.
I've got a purple vest in my box, but there's people all
Yep, they're
around,
looting
so
it.
be careful. Oh yeah, she's looting it.
Silver shield.
Yeah,
down.
where's your vest
Oh,
now?
Wraith back here. Oh
down.
wow, she just fudged me up. Nice. She's
Three
got a
down.
gold knockdown. She's got
Not
a
on
gold
the same
She's got a
knockdown.
gold
Why?
shield. She's got a gold
Oh,
shield.
Yeah.
he has it?
Contact with hostile.
Right there.
Where?
She's in there.
Frag out.
Haha.
Here to save the day.
That's pretty funny.
It was the whole squad.
That was
And
good.
that's how the news goes.
That was pretty dope.
I didn't mean to take that heavy ammo.
Yeah, I could use that. I put an L-Star in there. You want that shit?
No, I'm good. I like the, Oh, wow, I didn't realize the 301 I picked up was gold also.
Extended header mag here.
Yeah,
Level
man.
1.
Wait, did I just steal that out of...
You didn't realize what was gold?
I did just steal your heals out of your box. Zero, my bad. Somebody... Yes.
Did somebody
Yep.
just fly in on us?
I don't know. I
Where'd they
heard
go?
them.
Where'd
I
they
didn't
go?
see them.
I was bringing Zero back, so I don't know.
Oh, I see them. They're behind the stairs, the back stairs. I just saw them down low. I don't know where they went.
I don't know
I
what
can't ping it.
stairs
I'm
you're
in the
talking
drop
Back
ship.
stairs?
You
The
can ping on your way down. What's
west,
the back stairs?
west. The ones in the back. In this.
Alright.
Oh, they're over there.
Here's the dude.
Spotted.
And there's somebody up there,
Give me a
too.
gun.
Static enemy.
Who's in there? I'm coming.
Oh, my God. The 1 to 2, man.
Oh my god. Oh, gas. Oh shit! I broke this guy's shield.
Where are they?
Here's one.
Oh, fuck.
I was stunned by gas. And
There's
I
another one
couldn't
back here.
Woo, you just got
Guys coming up
Mozambique,
here.
yo?
Here's another one.
Ping 'em.
Here's another one.
He's back
Oh,
on the
there's
train.
two
No,
more.
I'm pinging the same guy.
Oh, somebody's got gold. Oh damn! I wish I had.
I do.
gold.
I got it off that bitch that got me.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
gonna try to crawl far away enough.
Yeah, get
don't hear
confused,
me.
chemical man.
Yeah, chemical man.
Oh, good shit. Good shit. Project Badass initiated.
I'm gonna go a little far away, just so they don't hear me shielding up and shit.
Yeah, good idea.
I have just enough heals to fully heal myself.
Noise.
God, sounds like someone else is wrecking their shit. Damn, that sucks. So was that the last dude? That caustic? The dude
I
that
think-
downed me? So I think I down 2, right? That last fight?
Yeah.
14 seconds? Oh, fuck.
Joe, get Joe.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, dude, way to go! That was like
Damn,
a second
straight
or something.
gangster. Straight gangster.
That's-
I need some
I
bullets,
Clip
though.
that.
I didn't think that was going to happen.
30-second clip created.
Fuck, yeah, there's like nothing left. Fuck, I need fucking bullets. Shit, any shotgun in here?
My box
Damn.
should have shotgun. Which is... maybe?
Is this yours? Nah, this is yours.
But yeah, mine should be over here, straight ahead. Somewhere
Remember
there,
where
yeah.
Is this yours? Oh, yeah, that's right. I got your banner. Nah, she's gone. Alright, where can I go?
There's
down the train track.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm gonna get to drawing my thing. I was watching Instagram live earlier, and dude was like drawing a commission of I don't know, somebody wanted them to draw something, and it was like a mushroom and whatever. So that inspired me to draw a mushroom guy. His was like a mushroom with like a face. Mine's actually like a better mushroom with a face and feet.
So this is different than your usual flesh colored
Oh, the
mushrooms.
roof. Fuck.
No flesh colored
The
mushrooms
flesh
for you, Zero.
Are you guys ready? I'm
Yeah.
ready to bring it back.
Meow.
Nice and discreet.
Yeah. Oh, they're zipping in on you, Grim. They're zipping in on you.
From where I
They're
came
right
Come
from,
from
or
the
what?
mountain.
From the top, they're on the building with you.
Alright, I disappeared. Try to
Alright, I
escape.
just punched the robot and broke his
okay.
shield, but I'm running away.
Shit. They're chasing me. Oh, fuck.
Alright, I'm coming back.
Shit, I need a gun.
I did some damage to a robot in here.
Yeah, I
I-
see him.
Oh, they're shooting at me.
Just
Shooting
over
at me.
there.
Somebody's
We'll
on
get
me.
him from both sides.
Okay.
Up.
Bang him over right here.
Oh!
And a robot. Shit.
Yeah, you were basically on your own against the squad. I mean, oh, good damage. Good game, good game.
I'm just gonna say, you guys can play game. I'm back.
Alright.
Shout. My heart's been hurting, so I need to smoke
Yeah,
to
I
make
mean,
it feel
I'm-
better.
Makes about as much sense as stuff.
No, really, it has been hurting today. For me. You know,
Yo,
it's bothered me before. I just pound on my chest to make it feel better. It's probably because of the exercise yesterday, because it must be in real good shape. But
yeah,
I'll be back shortly.
Grim,
Oh,
look
go
at
ahead.
your
What was
Facebook. Look at the Facebook Messenger in that group chat we're in, and tell me if you think this dude looks like he's a CG model.
At the
Apex
the
squad.
messenger thing.
Apex squad. Squad up.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a fucking cartoon character, like he's CGI for sure.
He's an animatronic.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is.
I don't think
knows?
he is. Like, if you click on the ad, it shows like, well, no, actually, if he's,
It's
I
a
don't know.
madman.
I think, yeah, I think he's real, but it
I
looks
swear
fake.
he's real. Find
Can
out
you-
for yourself.
Do you mind leaving the lobby until you?
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Alright, I'll be back.
Let's get ready to sucko. You ready to sucko, Zero?
Yeah.
The All-Father will gift us today. Grapple, locked and loaded.
I got your back.
Man, let me tell you, I got your back.
Okay, so now something just struck me. I was talking about that
Introducing
pseudo Bulber syndrome earlier. So what is actual Bulber syndrome?
We actually
If that's pseudo Bulber syndrome.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Oh shit, where do we go? I'm so confused. Let's do this shit.
hold your breath if you have to breathe.
We've got company. Where's the? Yeah, okay. There's a dude.
Oh, I landed
There's
on the.
dudes landing at the same door even with us.
There's a wraith trying to punch you.
Oh, I'm stuck on a box. Oh yeah. Mozambique time, assholes. One down.
Oh, somebody's on our teammate.
Oh, shit's going down here.
Enemy killed. I need a weapon.
You better
That
run,
dude just
L-Star.
took the fucking... He's got 2 guns now. I don't have any, and he's asking me for energy ammo.
Here's the gun. Here's a 301 over here with plenty of ammo. Well, I don't know if it's plenty of ammo, but it's ammo.
It's enough to get started.
More dudes over here.
Come
Energy ammo here.
Fuck you and your fucking energy ammo, you fucking prick.
Gotcha, bitch. Don't fuck with that Mozambique. Just lead to pain.
Somebody else?
Oh shit, I got another one on me.
I'm throwing an arc star.
Ooh, you almost hit him with
I'm getting shot at.
that. Good shit.
Big up to us. That was the last one in the squad.
Dude, that arc star was very close to sticking him.
Second shield, you'll be alright.
Good looking out.
God.
Do you need light ammo?
Deploying health drone.
I could use a little. Thanks. Oh, I don't need that
Take it,
much.
bruh.
Go ahead and
Take
take
it.
some of it back. Alright. Thanks. Dude, we kicked their asses. Usually, I feel like when squads land with us, like right with us, we usually don't get the good end of that. We did this
Right.
time. Yo, more enemies.
Oh shit, there's people in here too? Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm coming. I'm almost dead.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I was closing the one door for security.
Yeah, that's cool.
Shit. Got no heals.
What do you need? What do you need? What do you need?
Oh, just medical. Thingy.
Hostile close.
Oh, did you see
No,
him
I
inside?
think they're up on the roof,
Okay.
actually. I heard them. It
Alright.
sounded like they were going to be running this door. Yeah, definitely up on the roof. 35.
Shooting.
Oh shit, I broke. Yeah.
And we just got pulsed.
Is that our
Yeah.
dude? Oh, there's shit going down
Can you
at
crawl
the
back
door
to
we
me?
came out of. Yeah. Somebody's climbing up. What?
Enemy taken out.
I can't believe that full-on Peacekeeper burst didn't kill him.
New kill.
I mean, didn't put him out.
Yeah. Is he getting you up? I'm just grabbing a bunch of shit so he doesn't get it. Oh no, you're a box.
No,
Okay.
I'm right there.
Don't worry, I got our squad mates back. You hear that? There's a care
Oh,
package
he's
coming
maybe
down.
he's going to
He's
bring me
looting
back.
the gold.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's looting a box in there.
Bring him back, bro. Bring him back. Bring him back. Good shit.
Yeah, now he's doing it.
It's a gold Mozambique.
Mozambique, yeah.
Okay, good shit.
There's a blue thing in here. It's all good stuff in there.
Here I come.
Noise.
What'd you have that was gold in your box? Somebody's here?
Mozambique. Damn, I didn't hit her with that. There she goes.
We killed the last member. Good work, team.
Grab all the stuff so he don't get it.
Good shit. Okay.
Oh my god, they had like 100 and some.
I'm gonna go to my
fucking-
box real quick.
Okay, they had like 100 and some shotgun bullets. That's insane.
Wow. Yo, I see a gold box inside the main building. Oh, where were we at?
You're up on the next. Yeah,
Oh, I
up
see.
on the next one. It's a gold box and oh, I see it.
Oh well, I thought I saw. I guess not.
And there's a purple box down here too. It's a gold Mozambique.
I don't know where
Is
we
that
were at,
what it
dude.
was
Maybe-
up there?
I don't really need my box actually
What?
though. So
What you do? Oh well, if you want to come here,
Body knockdown shield here.
purple heavy mag right behind me there where I'm marked.
Here.
Oh,
oh
okay.
you're here. Yeah, grab all that.
Level 3.
Good shit.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Optics here. Extended
I put an
light
L
barrel
star in. Oh
stabilizer
damn, I
here.
didn't mean to drop that.
Shield cell here.
There we go.
Heavy ammo here. Prowler SMG here.
Oh here. I got med kits for you.
Okay, yeah, one's fine. I've got a lot of syringes
well, I have-
and here I'll give you one back. If you see like a heavy rifle of some sort, that'd be cool.
Okay, there was a something. Did you have one in your box?
Don't think so.
'Cause I think your box is up here.
I think I had like a.
Oh no, the box is right there.
Oh, do you see it? Yeah,
Right here.
I didn't see it.
This is your box.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Death box here.
I think I just had a.
He just took something out of there.
Mozambique and. I think this is what I had though. I think I had like a Mozambique alternator or some shit. He can have it. Well, it wasn't anything important. All right. Oh, I hear enemies. I hear enemies back toward my box.
Okay, I just thought I felt something
I'm
crawling
not sure
on
where
me.
they're at. I'm
was
I'm
freaking
coming
out.
to you. Oh shit. Oh, over there, over there. That's a.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah, I
may,
see
no, that's
them.
not a decoy. That is not a decoy. They're going behind this shit. You want to creep on them?
Contact with hostile.
Scanning the area.
It's only one up here and then two are
Bloody
down.
Kingdom, that helps.
Oh, they're all regrouping now.
Oh, did
Yeah.
they drop down? Damn.
I'm going up here for the high ground.
Yeah, I got nothing to shoot at them with. I got close-up weapons only.
Yo, yo, yo.
I downed a hostile.
Hey, Grimston.
What up, gangster?
Burning the shit out of that girl. She's down already, but.
Enemy taken out.
Oh, I fell right in. Oh no, okay, my fire went off.
Oh, one over here. Not that closer one, the further away one.
Taking some damage over here.
Oh, there's a heavy rifle here.
What is that? Is that the select fire
Yeah.
she's firing?
There's a hemlock over there.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, they're zipping up.
Anybody ever play
Yeah,
Titanfall?
I played Titanfall. I don't really
haven't.
like the first one.
Is it true all the guns from this game? come
They're
from that?
based off it. They're not exactly the same. There's like an R201. The Mozambique's in it.
Way different.
Well, it is
Wait.
kind of different.
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far.
But yeah, it's a good game. Titanfall 2, it's a good game to play to like warm up and keep from being rusty and stuff.
Is it story
There's
mode
a story
or just
mode,
like this shit?
and there's a multiplayer. Yeah.
There is.
Just back on the ring. Half a minute.
Oh, is he down here with you, Joe?
No, not that I know of.
Where's
There's
he
a
at?
purple light mag in here. Do you want this? I'll take
He's-
this.
He's pinging him down. And
Oh,
this dude's ping.
I got.
Yeah,
I
well, no, actually, I've got a gold.
oh,
301.
shit, okay. Nice.
How come he must have a gold shield?
Reloading. Reloading.
Oh, I guess not. I don't know.
Last of the enemy squad is near.
He might have people in his squad left.
The ring's moving, friends.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Oh,
There's a gold
fuck
barrel
yes.
stabilizer in this thing.
Oh. I already got a Phoenix kit.
Oh,
Phoenix
oh.
kit here.
Repairing.
Barrel stabilizer here.
Incoming care
Level
package.
3.
I love loot.
Here, Tron, if you need.
I am bullets and heals. That's all I got. Do you got med kits?
I'm pretty good. Oh,
I have a bunch. Here.
yeah, I got one med kit. I got syringes. I got
I
a.
have 5 med kits, so I can drop you more if you want.
Thanks. Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I got a
Okay,
Phoenix
I
kit as
also got
well.
a Phoenix kit. I got plenty of heals. You said you had 1, so I knew you definitely had
Alright.
space for 1 more. So if you got space for 2 more, I
Oh,
can
yeah,
drop
thank
you
you,
2
thank you.
more. I got big shields too. I got everything.
I don't.
Here,
I
take,
don't.
take.
My black. Yeah, my
Okay,
backpack's
I got
full.
big shields if you want them though.
Let me see. I can't.
Level 2.
I don't really have anything to
Already inside
throw
the
away for it.
Well, I got them. I'll just play the medic role. I'll be the priest in
Loaded down with
our
the medication.
dungeon crawl.
right. There's a blue
Yeah, I
backpack.
got
You don't
one.
have one.
I got a pipe.
You know, maybe you shouldn't be shooting shit in the sky right now, kid. 3
Oh, I
squads.
see them. They're on that
left.
building.
Oh, where at?
Over there.
That circular building closest to us,
Okay.
Never mind.
and they're looking.
I can't really fight them from here, but I see
Is there
them.
at least
I see
2 of
'em. I
them?
saw one dropping down. Oh shit.
Gibraltar is one of them.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to draw in the other 3 squads
Yeah,
to
I
us,
agree.
popping off at them from this distance.
Might be something good this way.
Yeah, let's not stand on like the highest point with no cover and fucking have a sniper.
Yeah,
off.
good call. I challenge you to a snipe off. No toilet paper or butts to wipe off.
Oh, look at you, bro.
I'm the switch guy from
Yeah.
Jersey. There.
Switch. I don't play Nintendo. Switch. I only play Xbox. Switch.
Did he seriously have a song where like he was like switch?
Yeah,
switch,
that's like the
switch?
chorus.
I never
Who
listened to
did?
that when you
That
said,
awesome Jersey rapper.
that guy that
Oh,
Can you throw a
yeah,
grapple
yeah, Switch.
across?
Yeah, his thing
I-
was
I
the
wanted-
Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
His fucking like album cover or whatever it was. SoundCloud picture. I don't know.
yeah. Really?
Sailing. Recharging my shields.
Oh shit! It's
Yeah, no,
lagging
these
so
people
bad.
are fucking. These people are
One more
lagging
down.
hard as shit.
One's on the balcony and one's right here.
Taking fire.
These are the last guys, guys. Be careful. Our dude is. Why is our dude not fighting with you? You stupid bitch! Get down here and fight!
Oh, you
son of a bitch!
Ah!
Dude, we probably just lost this game because of our teammate standing in the top of the building while you and I were fighting. Oh my god. Why are they like this? How do I reach these kids? Yeah, way to go, butt sniff. Oh yeah, you're real effective. You're real effective, kid.
Good
You dumb
freaking
bitch.
job.
Grim, you should have seen this pathetic shit. This kid just lost the game for us. We were murdering kids. We were down to 2 kids in the last squad. Joe's fighting both of them, and our dude is in the top of a building directly next to him, not doing anything. Standing in the top of the building while Joe's fighting him.
Hold on. Wait, what happened? Sorry, I just on ship.
How did
What'd
he
you
have
say?
that much damage and that many kills? He wasn't doing anything.
No, well, he was sniping a lot.
This kid
So
had
he
a-
was standing back and sniping.
Oh my god.
But that does nothing because they just heal themselves.
Right,
and
but
never
No.
kill
he
them.
has
Doesn't
lost the
2200
last
damage.
battle.
Fucking
for us.
retarded.
He absolutely lost the
Yeah.
last battle for us, though. Me and Joe were the only. And we had taken out like a squad and a half in this little section, and there was 2 more people left from the last squad, and he just stood in the top of a house while
And
we
then
were
once,
fighting and getting
and
killed.
then
wanna
once we
send
were
me an invite?
down, he then got
Oh, and he didn't
invi-
come
he
out,
got
yeah.
involved, and it was too late, and he died.
Yeah, and
that's
he,
what they do.
like,
They stay
was
back
missing
and
a lot, too.
snipe, and don't fucking really help in the fight. And then when you guys go down, he'll run in and commit suicide. But he should have just did that in the first place. Like,
yeah. Yeah, if he had done it in the first place, it would have probably been a victory instead of
I'll
a
just find you guys and join that. Let me see.
Was,
Not done. Let me
Oh.
join game. You have to send me an invite.
Did you not?
Zero sent you one.
Maybe I
Okay.
didn't. Maybe I
No,
thought you were
because I
doing
got
it.
an invite, I thought. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll,
I'll send it
I
to
didn't
you.
get one.
I could have sworn that popped up.
There we go. I get that.
You guys want to
Yeah,
do
let's
rings?
Doesn't
do
go to
some
me. That happens
rank.
sometimes.
Titillate the
Titillate the
viewers.
titties.
Give them all that titillation.
Nothing like titillation.
Yeah, man. You viewers ready for this? Joe is a plug. Of course Joe's a plug. I got that shit for you.
He's been plugging dikes for years with his finger.
That's why they call me the preacher. Because
Dike
I'm
plugger.
converting dikes to dams.
What did you? Oh, that's pretty good too. What did you say though, Grim? Called him the what?
Okay, I do lie, but not
Dike plugger.
Oh, type. Okay.
Isn't there a parable or some sort of story where like
Yeah, a
some
little
dude
Dutch
sticks
boy.
his finger in a dike to save the town or something? Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that,
well-
right? The Dutch boy dike plugger.
Yeah.
that's Jeff. The Dutch dike plugger.
Yeah, he puts.
The ghetto version is the little Dutch master.
Sees the yeah, sees the dike is leaking, and he says, "This bitch is going to get the whole town wet. So I need to put my finger in it." And puts his finger in it, and then while he's standing there, just like fingering his bitch, another hole pops, and he puts another finger in it.
Moral of the story: always put your finger in.
Then
the
he's got a finger in every hole that she's got, and he can't go get help, and then he winds up drowned or some shit. Oh, I'm being trashed.
That's how I heard it.
Ah, fuck!
There's
Stay
three of
down,
them. There's
stay
three of them.
down.
I'm stuck.
Broke the shield on one of them. Got one down. One's trying to flank from behind. Got hurt. Yeah.
Got your back, bruh. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do that Mozambique shit. I kind of enjoyed that. That was kind
Yeah,
of fun.
man.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
I've been using the
not
Mozambique
bad.
every game, I think.
Have you? Yeah, I've been leaving it, but yeah, I shouldn't. 'Cause that shit is fucking awesome. That's what I was using. I was just like knocking squads down in that last game. It was like Mozambique, Mozambique. You want a Mozambique? I got a Mozambique. What you want? You want it? I got it.
Be about tree fitty.
I got Mozambique's
Got
2-5.
350. That's it.
Zeddy said he spit out his coffee at your comment. Which comment? About the
said what
comment
now?
about the dike, or comment about the probably about the dike, I don't know. Which comment made you lose your coffee, Zed?
heavy ammo here.
Oh, Joe's healing bitch. Can you give me a little healing bitch
Yep.
thing?
Nope, 26 seconds.
Oh, right. You just got off the ship. All right. I got some heals.
Here, I got
Here's a
syringes.
purple
Where you at?
thing.
Level 3.
I mean,
I'm coming to you.
I,
Well, I've got
yeah,
some
I'm
to
just gonna
spare.
use medkit. Nah, hang on to it. I got shit. I
Okay.
just figured I'd use Joe's.
Well, look, I'm dropping
Save
2
me
because I've
shit.
got 8 others,
I-
and that's one less stack.
I got two big ones and 6 or 4 small ones, so I don't.
All right,
Joe,
Joe,
yeah.
you want a couple of syringes?
Sure.
Because I
I
got
need a
2 stacks of them. I
bag.
want to fill up my
Do we
backpack
know
with
where a
them.
bag is?
I need more shotgun shit.
Haven't
barrel
seen a
stabilizer.
spare one yet.
Ooh, thermite. Fuck yeah.
Someone's gotta take out the new kill leader.
Yup. Fuck no. I ain't getting no thermite.
Oh,
What
oh, you
talking
can
about,
have.
Willis?
Sorry, here. Here you go.
No, you can keep it. It's fine.
No, I got one.
Is there a spare
Trying to ping this.
gold Mozam around somewhere?
I haven't seen one of those. Or
I haven't
Oh,
seen another one. Is someone
was that
fighting
one of
us?
you that shot that? Oh yeah.
Are they trying to commit
down below
suicide?
the ship?
Oh, there's a
I
bag.
think so.
Shit,
Oh, they're
I wish
zipping
I had
up.
more
They're zipping up.
trouble.
Zipping up over here.
One down. I gotta fix myself though. That fucked me up.
Oh, another one zipping up. Yeah, Butch.
Go to hell. Is it on my
right
head?
here.
Where's this box? Oh, right over here.
Helmet here. Level 4. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
I am repairing myself.
Did Zed ever say which comment
where's the
made
other
him
box?
spit his
No,
coffee
he
out?
boxes?
did
Where's the other one?
not.
Wasn't there 2 boxes? 2 people
don't
came
know.
up.
Yeah, I don't. The other one might have
Yeah, it's
fell
back
off
there.
the front of the ship. Fell off the first.
Oh, he might have crawled off. That's probably
Oh, it's a
how he crawled
Mozam.
off, so he escaped. The Fury. I got a Mozam now.
Mozam.
Ooh, I'll put that shit on my shit.
Optics here.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Need shotgun
Intimidate me.
bullets.
I
That's
can
what
drop
I
you
need.
some shotgun bullets.
You have your healing thing? You
Yeah.
have your healing thing?
Go on now. Say hello.
There you go.
Oh,
There's some
yeah.
shotguns.
Oh,
No,
what,
I
you put it in
dropped
the
on the
box?
ground.
Optics here.
Where's this shotgun?
There's a care package coming
I'm
down.
looking. Oh,
I
right
just put a
here.
digital thread in there that I don't need because I got a gold Mozam.
Close range.
Are either of you wanting
Go
the
to
stock?
sleep, bitch.
Nah, you can have it.
Motherfucking die. We want to do what? Oh, stock?
Stock.
Nah.
Optics here.
That's looted. You want to go to this little town? Down.
Yes.
Oh, he said,
here?
yeah, I gotta fix the cat box. He said the dike plugin.
Okay.
Redacted
Oh.
his comment because it had the word dike in it. So I gotta fix that because
Oh, check it out.
it's an 18 plus.
The bleep
yeah, it's a-
plugin. How do you know
Oh,
that's
you
what
got
well,
I'm
no,
talking
the
about?
whole
Yeah,
comment
yeah.
gets striked out. Yeah,
Oh, the
but
whole
I
thing.
see it
Oh,
because
but
it's
you
my
can
see it.
shit.
Oh, that's great.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't show everybody else. Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I have it set to 18 plus.
I was on
stream
some
and
website.
I have the settings way too high for that.
Anybody need some syringes? I got 2 syringes I'm trying to drop.
Yeah, I'll take them. So you were on some website, Zero, and there was naked women.
I was in some like a website that had a chat room.
Oh
and,
shit,
like,
the fucking wall's coming. I don't even know how far we gotta go, but
pretty
heels.
far.
We gotta go kind of
pretty
far. Fuck. Yeah, we should probably start.
And
running.
they would like blank out like if
So,
you
there's a
typed
balloon over here.
kids,
You can go do that.
KIDS kids, they would blank
That's
that out.
weird.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird too.
It's very weird.
Oh, I just picked up more syringes I don't need. I'll give them to you later.
That's creepy.
I mean,
weird.
right? Like,
They blanked out kids, the word
Yeah, but-
kids.
what kind of
Yeah,
shit are you thinking
Like
about?
you couldn't type kids.
Website?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
what
like,
kind of shit do you
What?
do with kids that you have to bleep out? Just like
Yeah.
you mentioned the word kids.
Why is it-
Talking to about the bot. What is he doing? That
Come on,
kids
why
is a
is
dirty word?
Nicole's calling me on Facebook? Come on, Nicole, stop it.
Check out over there.
that Facebook ringer is an annoying.
Nicole
fucking thing.
Kim's sister. Yeah.
Classic?
She's calling probably to talk to Kim because they've been doing that, but all of the things that Kim needs to talk to her are in this room and they're all ringing.
Oh man, that's fucking annoying. Oh shit, you guys went a different way than me. I'm coming up.
Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. She's not. Come on, Nicole. Nicole, stop crawling, Nicole.
Watch out. Oh, never mind. Just a cargo bot over there.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you.
Damn, I'm like
Yeah,
still
me
not
neither. I was like
decided.
following you. You just have to run back.
Oh, it turned out that's just. I was following you.
I started to run.
I guess we
I
should have
started
went to
running
the
up
other
that
side
thing
of
and I realized that you
canyon.
weren't coming with me. I turned around, you were running somewhere, so I started to run back down, and then you were running back up, so then I got lost in the middle. I don't know.
Next ring's
Oh, I
not
was
close.
trying to follow you. I learned from watching you, Dad.
I learned it from watching the neighbors. Watching the neighbors. Watching the neighbors.
So you wanna go over here?
I'm gonna call in my special. Hopefully, that'll give us some cool stuff. Alright, Zero, I just called it in right there.
Usually,
Let's explore this way.
usually when I call somebody, like if they don't answer after like 4 or 5 rings, I just hang up and
Blue
you know,
bass for
they
you,
call me
Zero.
back. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that Facebook ringer should be outlawed.
Blue bag over here.
Let's
Yep. I hear shit popping off in the
There's
distance.
a blue bag over here if anybody wants.
Toward
nobody
the
needs it.
northwest. I got one, I think. Yeah, I got one.
I got baggage.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
And mad motherfucking Bernie sticks. Who's ready to kill?
Kim,
Damn, I still didn't find any more shotgun bolts.
Yeah.
Still only have 22.
your sister
Yo,
was calling on Facebook.
Joe's way behind us.
Oh, it's
Coming
Janina's
to- oh, he
birthday.
didn't cross yet.
Okay. Well, I guess they want to talk to you.
Oh,
so
now that it's
it's
midnight.
she called and the tablet, the old phone, and my phone were all ringing,
Ring is up far. I am
and she wouldn't stop calling, and it rang for like 3 full minutes.
Starts to rain here. 45 seconds. Ring's a little far.
Hold on, what? So
RE45 here.
Zeddy says
That's 4 little shield cells. Anybody have big shield
I
cells?
am
don't know.
sorry that I have one.
I got one.
I'm
no.
sorry that I wasn't paying attention to chat because I have no idea what you're talking about, Zed. He said naked gorillas are better. And then he said, be careful using the word rush or rushing on Xbox. It could be considered hate speech or bad language. I wish I was
Is that like giving the okay
paying
symbol?
attention because then I would know what,
It's obviously the white power symbol, you fucking racist.
obviously. It's an upside down W and P or some shit.
I can see that there is writing on the map.
That's what I did in school. It wasn't about punch people. It was just like proud
Well,
of my
you were
white
only
power.
punching a black
you
kid,
know?
so I think
That's
there
why I did
was
it.
something racist there. You'd only punch
Somebody's right here.
Victor. Alright, I'm coming.
Forget that.
Oh shit, okay, I see him. I see him. No, I don't see him. I see the little. That's a
Coming down the
Yeah,
hill.
I think that's a mailbox, but he
dispenser
went in
or
there.
some shit.
There's
Oh,
somebody
okay.
else.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, I see him.
That-
Oh, on the roof, on the
Where
roof.
they at? On the roof?
On the roof. Yep.
Alright, I'm crawling up on the roof.
I just threw a grenade up there. Oh, they're down here now?
Oh shit! One of them fell down. Oh god. They're different places.
Oh, they're burning the shit out of me. Yeah, there's all 3 of them are down there.
Yeah,
They're my
ambushed
burnies.
that fucking ass.
Oh, well, then I guess they were just shooting me during the burnings.
Ah, I should
Whoa!
have left.
Mozambique justice.
Mozambique justice.
Yeah, I guess we should have shot them running across the road, but I thought it would be better until we were all to get all of us there. But they were like doing all kinds of crazy New Jack City shit on us and got position.
Yeah, I went to the roof with the guy wasn't there no more.
Yeah,
In the hell.
they
I didn't
all
think
came
they
down.
saw us. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe with all 3
They
of us.
rushed.
Yeah.
They rushed us.
Don't be using that word on my language.
Oh,
Yeah,
did they?
the dude on the roof jumped down.
Oh.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it was a wraith on the roof. It was a wraith on the roof who rushed down to the street to shoot Zero in his tooth.
Kicked him in his tooth.
Mm.
Roof tooth kick.
I've got your back.
Make sure you pick your character so Zero's not the jump master.
Excellent. Time to destroy more opponents.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I am.
I didn't think about it until it was too late for me to
Just
pick.
kidding, nothing scares me.
Come back.
And he's back anyway, so.
This is your champion.
How do you do pictures of balloons?
What?
On Facebook.
Pictures of balloons? Like a.
I don't know. Not pictures. Too late. Never done it, but I feel I'll give that a shot. Everybody else does that when they say happy birthday.
To have like the balloons and the confetti
Well, I don't know how to
explode.
do it, and I'm jump master.
Have the
What?
balloons and confetti like
Emoji, I guess it'd be called.
have the balloons and confetti like explode on screen. That happens if you just say
Was that-
like
Okay, that was not one of you. Enemies down there.
somebody just jumped off of the. Oh, there's somebody up here.
Other box.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
I don't have anything. I have like one box of light.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. He's right there.
You see
Oh, there's
him?
more than
Oh,
one.
you're on the ground?
I got one. I got one.
Where they
I
at?
got down right here. Two of them. There's two squads
Yeah,
down here.
yeah.
This is
They're going over to this side here.
Now my bamboozle's been foozled. No abilities, folks. Get to bamboozling.
Contact with hostile.
There's a bunch of guys over here. Minimum
Okay.
2.
I'll stop shooting that guy then. Robot.
Shit, where are these bitches at, man? Oh, there's one right here.
You went into the building.
Got one fool. Oh, this dude's trying to shoot me in my back.
He's down. Don't you worry about it. I got your back.
Get him?
One down and a boom boom.
Two. Alright, I can
Good
heal
shit.
myself. Get them shoddy bullets. Oh, Zero's thing.
Oh shit! I thought I got it.
Oh shit!
I'm
it's
going, I'm
go-
going, I'm
it's
going.
timing out. It's timing out. It's timing out. Fuck.
Nice.
Got the banner. Time to get a beacon.
Just gotta patch
I'm gonna
myself
heal
up.
up real quick. I am fucked up.
There's people coming from drill site, I think.
Oh, there's people here.
Shit. Broke the shield.
oh shit.
You bitch.
Oh, they're up in the thing up top.
Careful if you need.
All right, just stay out of their way. I need to get some stuff on. I don't have bullets. I'm fucked up. Any shotgun bullets around?
Oh god, one dropped
Oh.
down on me. Two of them dropped.
They dropped
No,
down.
this
All
might
right,
be a
I'm
whole
coming.
different squad. This might be a whole different
See if
squad,
they have
guys. There's two
shotgun.
people.
Yeah, they got shotgun. I'm coming. Got one of these bitches. Oh shit.
Enemy taken out.
No, they're up top.
Oh,
they're
where
up
they
top.
at? Where they
Yep.
at? Up top still? Alright. let me heal up, and then we'll both just
Yeah,
fucking
I'm
rush
healing
at
up.
the
I don't
same
have a
time,
lot.
okay?
I won't be able to have full health, but I can.
Don't matter. Oh, somebody, another squad zipping up to them. Probably different motherfuckers. Yeah, they're different motherfuckers. You have any doubles? Oh, I got one. Can't reach from here. Somebody else is over the hill.
You got bamboozled. Look at you.
Got him with the wingman.
Enemy down.
Alright, there's still two motherfuckers up here.
Oh, they're dropped down.
They down?
Right here.
I'm coming.
The other one just dropped down here. He's gonna finish me. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh no! Oh.
Man,
That was cray cray.
Damn, that was hectic.
I was hitting my wingman shots.
Yeah, it was cray.
oh, good damage and kills, you guys.
Hey, that was racking them up.
Good
Racking them up.
Yep.
Right back.
Want to switch it to ranked?
Yeah, man.
See what happens with some of that ranked shit.
So Zeddy said, so if you make a looking for group on Xbox, will only use the words rush. And if you use that word in the message, someone can report you, and the auto check bot will declare those bad language and give you a ban. That's silly.
That's ridiculous. It's hard to believe, but I mean, I'm assuming he has a source.
Yeah, I mean, Zeddy doesn't just make
that,
shit
so-
up.
I mean, I believe it can. I believe it can happen. It's just fucking ridiculous.
You are Jumpmaster, or you're leader of the shit thing, so if you said it the ranked.
Oh shit! How did that happen? How did that happen?
I think you've always been party leader, because I think you sent me an invite.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Grim and I played ranked last night, and he was doing good. He got up to silver 4.
Oh, nice.
3 choppers doing surgery on bodies like 8 doctors. You ready, Joe?
Yeah.
Is Joe here?
We're doing rank, so waiting on you.
Oh, I usually get back in time. Was that last game
No.
ranked or no?
No,
Oh, I thought we
We
talked about
did.
it on ranked. Did we just
we
not do
did.
it?
I didn't realize I was lobby leader, and I didn't set it.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's do this.
Like, I thought that happened.
And if not, well, don't we all make bad choices? You live, you learn, life goes on.
You and me, let's take this win.
I just polished my grapple.
So this was just like a mushroom dude with feet and some sort of cat on his head, and he's like looking up and screaming. And then I'm like, well, what should the cat be looking at? And Kim's like, a butterfly. So I made it a butterfly. But when I was doing it, I'm like, oh, it should definitely be like a, I don't know, like I got the reference I used was a Pokemon butterfly. So then that made me think that the cat should be a Pokemon cat. And then I realized, I don't know if there's a mushroom Pokemon. But if there is, he's definitely not like based on a mushroom Pokemon.
Oh, you don't know about Shroom Taco from Pokemon Purple Revelation or something?
Nah, I don't know about Shroom Taco.
We're landing, Joe. On the ship.
Obscure Japanese-only Game Boy
I
Advance
like it.
cartridge, but he was there. Sure.
I believe you. I mean, that's the kind of shit that I like. I like the Game Boy only Japanese one-time shit drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know. Gotta dig deep in the catalog for the classics.
Yeah.
I think everything's looted. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, why you want to go
Yeah,
down
we
to
do
the
the
sewage
You
plant
front,
can
shit?
back,
jump down
top,
here and
bottom.
clean up this fucking thing down here. What's it called?
The turd
Sewage
plant.
shit. Yeah, the third plant. Let's get the third plant shit. Yeah. Third plant kills.
Oh, a gold.
Two dudes in here, one
Yeah,
just
right
got
there.
up.
Gold
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, I
In the
landed.
middle?
I jumped late,
Oh,
so I'm
right
Oh,
here,
in
but
this
over
room.
here too. Well, both of them.
I'm
Both of them.
far.
Oh, he didn't make it, you sucker. Right here. Not here.
I'm coming. I landed far.
Dude, it's so laggy. Why is it lagging like that?
I'm coming.
Oh god. Oh, had a stupid longbow.
I'm coming.
Where's somebody else? I down two of these bitches.
Right here.
Okay, right here.
Good shit.
Damn.
What?
I just got here, and the party's over.
You came late to the party, bro. I'm sorry. I sent you the invite. Did you not get it?
Nah,
in the
man, I
mail?
didn't get it. I didn't get the invite.
Where's all these boxes at?
Eva Aetia. Optics here.
There's like 4 boxes in here. Come here,
Yeah, I
check
need
all this
energy.
shit
I got a
out.
gold Havoc. Oh, there's energy.
R99 here. Shotgun bolt here.
There's a prowler.
Eva Aetia.
Oh yeah. Oh, and there's more outside there. I didn't even see them yet.
Dude, I want to take
No,
some of
no,
the shit
no,
out of
no,
this
that's
box,
okay.
so you
There's a
should come to
bunch
this
of
box and
heavy
get
over
what you
here.
want out of it.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here. Never mind. There's
Yeah,
plenty of
what heavy
boxes.
guns are there? Is there any cool heavy? Oh, and there's gold box. Damn, there's many boxes over here. Ooh, okay. Yeah, should be the
Prowler
power.
SMG here.
Anybody have extra light bulbs? I have 61.
There's a
I'm trying to
hemlock.
Main this.
I got 150,
301.
but it'd be my light.
Gotta patch myself up. Hang on.
You know, I'll take that hemlock, and I can give you some light too. You said light,
Yes,
right?
the ring's just ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any. I thought I had some shit.
I got
picked up a
99.
99
so
and-
I'm alright.
I need that heavy.
I'm gonna
never
move
mind.
on to the
Oh, there
next
was
town.
60 energy in the box.
Did you guys not
No
do something
energy.
heavy?
I was
Oh,
about
you
to
did?
drop
Never mind.
What'd you say?
my Havoc because I'm
Oh.
looking for energy, and there's 60 in a box.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Incoming care package. Helmet here. Level 2.
Blue hat. Okay. Some heavy, some light laying around. Shitload of light. I'm good on light now, by the way. I'm all full.
Helmet here.
All right.
Another blue hat, 2X.
Close range.
Pique anybody's interest.
Nah,
3.
I got a 2X.
Close range.
Mid-range.
Oh, you already got one. I'll take it.
I could use
Take the
that.
helmet.
Yeah, I could use that.
Finally. There you go.
Heavy ammo. Heavy
Oh,
ammo
where
here.
the fuck's this bird at?
It's got a blue box. It's right there.
I see him.
I hear it, but I'll.
It's got.
Barrel optics
There's
here.
heavy and a
Shields
prowler.
here. Heavy ammo. Prowler SMG here.
And I dropped the Gatey heavy here.
Heavy ammo here.
Anybody see any more energy?
Two 2X's.
Oh, there's 2. I didn't realize there was 2 in there.
I haven't. I don't know where I saw energy last. If I've seen
There's
any.
a blue heavy clip right here.
Extended header mag here. Level
Oh shit. Who was over here? Someone left a med kit?
I was over there. Wait, there's a
Yeah,
med kit over here? Oh, in the middle. I didn't go through the middle part. That's probably right. It was between the buildings on the bottom. That's the only part I didn't actually go. I didn't know it was loot there. There was loot over top.
Shield cell here.
Open supply.
That's 4 shield cells right there.
Do you guys both
Yeah,
have
I'm-
enough of them? I've got 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I dropped those for. Oh yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I got 8 little ones. That's enough.
Ooh, energy.
Faux show.
NRG. NRG. NRG.
Gotta hop up here. Choke.
Circle's
someone's
closing.
about to
We got
swallow
a few
shit up.
seconds.
I mean, we're super close, but still, we gotta get. Yep, way.
Shield battery here.
Level 2.
Battery's the big one. Yeah, I need that.
There's
Yeah.
2 up here. There looks like there's a care package on the roof of the market.
Syringe here.
There's like 5 syringes here. What was in that bin?
Nah.
Anything? Should
Nothing
I-
good.
No. Okay.
I picked up a box of energy
Oh.
for you, Joe.
Gracias.
That sounded like W.C. Field saying gracias. There you go.
Faking him out with a decoy.
Gracias.
There's a
I think I'm hearing somebody in here.
Phoenix.
Did you guys
Okay.
just slide? One of you just slide.
no. Oh, I didn't.
No.
Then you, there's somebody else in there.
I see
Alright.
med kit in the center. I don't see people though. Doesn't look like it's looted at all.
You didn't slide
No.
either, right, Joe? I definitely heard somebody
No.
slide. It wasn't you?
I don't believe I slid.
Shield cell here.
Oh,
I definitely 100% heard it slide.
yeah. Somebody might be stealth
So if it
mode.
wasn't any of us. Oh, these doors are closed, so. Yep, nobody in here.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's looted at all. I need a light mag.
I could use standard stock. No, that's not it. Did you already pick up
No,
standard
it's still
stock?
down there.
I only heard it. I didn't see it. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
R99 here.
Oh, I guess in none of those gold Mozambiques in this
Nah.
mode, huh?
Oh yeah, I was wondering why I didn't see
It's
any.
kind of upsetting because they are
Yeah, we can just play regular
they
too. I
are
was
the
just
shit.
Oh, when'd you get a gold knockdown or a gold
I-
vest, Joe?
No,
got
I got
gold
it out
prime?
of the thing up top. The package. Care package on the roof.
Oh, the what? Did you finish
Yeah,
that sentence?
the care package on the roof.
Oh, there's a care package on there. Oh, I didn't even notice.
he dropped a medic care package.
No, it was it
Oh,
was a
out of
game
your own?
package.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
just a care package. Oh,
There's
okay.
nobody listening to me.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
I could use that.
I didn't hear anything about
I
that.
said
at all.
there's a, when we were at right before you asked me if there was anything good in that thing, because it was when I was up top looking at that bin that's like extended out by the pillar. I saw and I said there's a care package on the roof of the market, and then I proceeded to go there.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear anything of that.
I didn't hear that part.
Anybody have
just
any?
heard care package.
Let me know if you see any heavy. I need heavy. I
Welcome
just
inside the ring.
to add a standard stat.
Yeah, I
I'll
did
give you
see
a
some
couple
heavy
boxes.
like leading up to this.
Yeah, I was pissed. I just picked the gun up
Uh,
now. So, I feel
here,
like there
here
was
you go.
definitely some in somewhere.
There's some
That's
shooting
definitely
over here. We can go find some on some.
That's a
people.
stack.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Incoming care package.
Stacking him up.
Yeah.
Damn, we got point being.
There's some heavy there. Oh,
no,
there's
wait.
people on the path.
Didn't fight.
Shots fired.
Oh, you getting shot at from across?
I didn't throw that far enough. They just
Where are
crossed. Yep.
They zip across.
One's on the
that
one,
happen?
two zipped across.
There goes the third.
I broke the shield on that one. On the one behind the tree. Oh, I downed one of them.
Nice. Then we gotta push.
Giving my shields a recharge.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, shit,
I'm
no,
pushing.
shit.
I'm
I gotta
coming
heal.
on the bottom. I'm gonna zip up this
All right,
rope.
I gotta shield up and then I'll.
Oh god, that guy's
Yeah, he fucked me up.
good. Oh fuck, I'm
Start
screwed.
Make some distraction ass shit.
I'm
zipping
almost
across,
dead.
shooting
I'm
at them.
trying to distract myself from dying. I'm zipping
He's
Yep.
down.
behind you.
Recharging shields.
Where's
Oh,
the
right there.
friend?
I'm down.
Oh my god.
Nice. I'm down.
Oh, you got the last guy?
Killed the last.
I just used my ultimate for no reason.
Thank you.
Only one squad.
Ooh.
Already? What the
Oh
fuck?
shit.
We didn't even do shit.
Heal and prepare to deal.
I used a lot of light for that fight. Is there light?
Yeah, well, you're 68 watt
Okay.
and extended light mag, blue one.
Oh, little shield.
Blue
cell.
heavy mag.
Where's the third
It's
box?
over behind me.
Only seen 2 boxes.
Over
You know,
here.
Fucking
It's behind me.
I have like no shields. I need them to fix my shit. There we go. Put
Grim,
them
I
up.
think you cried at a lot of Easter egg hunts as a little one.
The ring is nearby.
How do you
Here,
know?
here,
How
I'm
do you
dropping
know?
a med kit. Does somebody need that?
Med kit here.
Recharging shields.
I got one.
2. I'm okay with that.
Oh well, yeah, okay. Good shit.
10 seconds.
Damn, did none of those fools have
The door.
fucking purple armor? Hell no.
Really?
What the hell? There's only one squad. We got this shit. We ain't no
Oh,
suckers.
good shit. Nah.
Oh, throwables. I should have
Yeah, I
got
don't have any
throwables.
throwables
Look
either.
at throwables over here. I love me some Bernie
Oh, I hear him.
sticks. The kickoff party's so good.
No, I guess I don't.
Yeah, you do. We're being shot at.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, and
Right
they're
there.
throwing grenades.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God damn. They've got perfect grenade aim. God fucking damn.
Oh, I'm stuck. Fuck. I'm tapped myself into a corner.
Fuck, man.
They
We
shot
should have
me.
looked. Yeah,
They
we were.
shot me.
We got fucked in that
ran
shit.
to
We
the
ran for
corner.
cover and I was
They threw a
right at
grenade
the open.
by the
Right.
corner.
Next champions.
I ran from that grenade, and there were 2 more grenades waiting where I ran to. God damn, that was a bunch of grenades. I don't know how they were all throwing that many.
Yeah, they were throwing a lot of grenades.
That was good ears though, Zero. You heard them.
Man. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if it was them I heard or you running to my left. Is one or the other.
I mean, they were there, so I would think you had
Oh, we
to
all
have
got points, right?
heard them.
Yeah, we all got
I did
pretty
what?
good
I was saying to
points.
Zero that he, you know, like they
Yeah.
were there, so like it must have been them. He thought he heard them, and then they were there, so it probably was them he heard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Joe, you know that post that that I put where it's like, if you do these for 30 days, you'll be unrecognizable. And then next there is capture someone and cut their face off and sew it on your face. So the owner, Carrabba's, just liked it. The Carrabba's I work at.
Nice. So she's a weirdo.
I was created for this, I think.
She's like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Trying to cut some faces off, bitch.
You guys are closed, right? You're like not going to work, right? You're closed,
What?
right?
No, I've been working every day. I don't get off.
Really?
No, my first day off.
Okay,
has
I
been
was gonna
this
say
work.
like
I
a
still
restaurant is
haven't been
definitely not essential.
Yeah.
Like, but you are in the food business, so like some
Yeah, I mean,
places
well,
are still doing. Yeah,
they
I was gonna say
still
some
do
places are
takeout
doing that,
and
and
delivery.
they're still doing like DoorDash and
Yeah.
stuff. But
Yeah, they are for that, but you don't make much money doing that. I have some money saved, so I'd rather just not work. Plus, you know, risk yourself for like little money. If I don't have to, if I had to, I'd probably work. But I'm a good
yeah,
saver.
but yeah, if you
so
had to,
I'm
you
okay.
definitely would work. But I mean, like, you want to go out and risk yourself for like not making money. You like want to go hang out. So, what's the difference?
Yeah, because it's probably not that busy. I'd probably make close to like minimum wage an hour. You know.
Guys, look at this. Guys, look.
Well, it's a perfect time to take this
Wait,
pause
what'd you say?
and
Something about?
push all the things we wanted to do.
Oh shit!
This dude wants to die. Some dude came in here and was like, please kill me. I'm trying to help him out. I'm trying to do it for him.
Oh, I downed him, but I got
And he
fucked
turned around
up.
and said, eat my Gibraltar shield. I'm down 0. I'm the
I
guy
got
you
down the
ran
second
at.
guy.
That
Shit,
was me.
God damn it!
Yep. That was me, the guy. you-
I was coming back for you, and 2 people shot me to death.
I walked past you, ran right past me.
Yeah, but when you said that, I turned around and began to come back, and then 2 people shot me.
Yeah.
So there's at least 2. There's probably 3 people
have-
over there. Or did you down somebody, Grim? There's at least 2.
His arm shield.
No, I don't
I didn't
think
have full health,
actually
no
downed
shield.
him. Yeah, Gibraltar arm shield fucked me up, man.
Yeah, fucking Gibraltar.
I made sure I got a kill
They ought
before
to
that.
call
though.
him Big Puss Bralter or something.
I like it.
Shield
It's a shieldopus.
Shieldopus. Yeah, it gets on my nerves. So that's exactly where I usually shoot people. And then maybe like try to drift up from their chest to their head and right around the neck area. So like the shield always eats all my bullets usually.
Yeah, same here. It's real hard to shoot him in the head over it.
Yeah, that's the only way to actually. Unless you shoot him in the legs.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
but your
yeah.
leg shots are going to be doing so much less than his body shots on you. And if he's good enough, they can hit you in the
Yeah,
head.
you might as well aim for that.
Yeah.
That's what I try to do, but.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
Now romp with me. I'm ready for a match.
Alright, so I need like a background for this drawing. I think I have enough characters.
This is your champion.
I've seen it die. Today no different.
Oh, yo, you know what's even funnier? Remember I just told you about my my boss liking that thing I posted? How much you want to bet she didn't even notice that thing slipped in there? That's probably why she
Yeah,
liked
that's
it.
very
Probably like, oh, that's
possible.
a healthy post. That's probably what it really is. She's probably like, oh, yeah, do good things for yourself and you'll be unrecognizable. I guarantee. Because she didn't laugh at react, she liked reacting, so she probably doesn't get it.
Until I saw that line, I kind of thought it was an uncharacteristic post where he was like, "What is this, Mr. Rogers bullshit?" And then, and then I saw that and I was like, "Okay, that's pretty good."
Yeah, I stole it from Ashley, Doobie's cousin. She posted it, and then Tara responded like, "You're not allowed to go outside." I was like,
Oh
"Oh,
my
but we're
God.
allowed to cut people's faces off?" Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know if she actually got it or not. I don't think she did.
Oh,
Be ready.
Okay.
Round 1. Beginning ring count.
Somebody's been here.
I almost.
Let me know if you find a vest. Oh, I found a vest.
Okay.
Hope you like exercise.
It put it so late in like the list that I almost stopped reading it before I got to it. But
I'm here
you know,
until-
because it's
There's
okay.
people around here.
I'm with you.
Just set a fence up around here.
Hostile right here.
Oh, they're up here.
Oh, one on top of this
I'm
shit.
coming.
Oh, I just fucking blew my shield with my own arc star.
I just threw a Bernie stick.
Oh, one behind me to the.
I downed one, suicided to another. Oh,
Yeah, here's. They're both on my box, pretty much.
Yep.
they're down
Yep,
there,
one's
Joe,
down.
to the left. They're hiding behind that shit. Okay.
Good shit.
There should be only
they
one
just got
left.
him up.
You got this shit? Yeah, the other guy's over there.
Ooh, now
the other
he's
guy's right
down.
here. He's in this box. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. You got this shit.
Hell yeah. Swinging past your knees.
I'll crawl over here to try to see where he is if I can. He's right here.
No,
Fielding up. I can hear him.
yeah, the beach tail's my tail.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
I was
See
talking
what?
to Kim.
Who's this side?
Shut down.
Fuck, man.
Oh no!
Oh, fuck.
He was on his
What gun
damn
did he have?
wingman game. I think it was
Oh,
wingman.
man. Ugh.
Sounded pretty heavy and slow.
Yeah, wingman.
He was hitting every fucking
Yeah, the
shot.
last two
though.
shots did 94 damage.
That's about right for regular wingman shots. Yeah, 45 each usually. Plus your wraith, or I mean, lifelines are low pro. I guess that's 46 each instead of 45. Yeah, Bev. I'll be back. No, you know, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette too. I can do a cigarette. I'll be back shortly.
Alright. I'll take it off rank for. Oh, hold on. Let me switch it back. I want to see how we're doing. Oh shit, Mike. Oh, it just froze for a second. Okay. Every time I switch game modes, it like freezes for a half second.
That's not good. I'm getting hungry though. I know that much.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
So I'm gonna see if there is a mushroom Pokemon. Oh wait. This Meowth has whisker things. Oh man, I fucked that whisker up. It's crazy. I have like pretty like kind of fancy pencils, like more expensive mechanical pencils. Like whatever, I don't know, a couple dollars a piece, like $4 or $5 a piece. And they have like the shittiest erasers compared to like if I were to buy like a pack of Bics, because I have a pack of like Bics and even no name brand pencils, and their erasers are better. I don't get it.
That's weird.
Big things are coming for us.
And I have like the big white erasers, and they work great, but they're too big for some areas. So like the little white erasers on these fancy pencils would be perfect for it, but
Yeah, you'd think they would invest in better rubber products,
yeah, but they're not.
better rubber stock.
I've been thinking about
Yeah, that's kind of
buying
fucked
a
up.
an electronic eraser. I always thought they were ridiculous, but like it would have made doing
Oh, I didn't know they
doing these
existed.
eyes on this cat would have made them so much easier. It's like a little tiny thing like this
Well, it's
size
just like
of like smaller than like a normal
I'm
pencil eraser, but like I don't know if you know. Oh, there's like 15 people landing with you.
Yep.
Yeah, I just chased that caustic out because I hit him with the fisticuffs. There's somebody over there.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I don't have a gun yet. Oh, gold Mozambique. I forgot we went back to. I'm down.
Oh shit,
man.
Oh, almost had that second Magenta. We got one of them down. But yeah, okay. So how does this work? It's smaller than a normal
Yeah,
pencil
so like
eraser. And
the fancy pencil erasers I have, they're like skinnier than like a normal.
no, I mean,
Yeah,
I mean
yeah. The electronic is like the same size as these, which is smaller than like a normal pencil eraser. It's probably like I don't know. I want to describe it in like pencil terms. Like normal lead is like 0.7 on most pencils. Some you can get it like or some you get like 0.5 millimeters or whatever. This is like 3 millimeters. I don't know. It's hard to describe it. It's like the size of, you know, the little nub that comes up on a AA battery for the positive. It's like
Yeah.
it's about that size, or a little bit smaller than
Okay.
that. But yeah. So the electronic eraser is an eraser like that, and you just like turn it on. It has batteries, and you hold the unit still, and it just vibrates the eraser part. You know what I mean?
Oh, it just vibrates.
Yeah, or,
Okay.
yeah, or maybe it rotates. I don't know, but it does something. Yeah. So it's just like
Does it
it
oscillate?
might oscillate. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough control in an oscillation. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
I'd like to see one. I might have to see if someone has posted such a thing on YouTube. On
Let
YouTube.
me see if I can. I've seen them for sale on Wish, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. Who would ever buy one of those? But
It sounds ridiculous, but I mean, I can see it could be very useful, like you said, for the cat, you know, the eye and tiny little
Yeah.
details.
Let's explore this way.
Dude, getting weird lag tonight, man.
oh, it just like bounced me off like all the way in the middle of nowhere. This is gonna suck.
Shit.
Like bounced me in like the train tracks.
Oh, shit, our dude's getting attacked. I'm with you.
I don't have a gun yet.
Oh, was there not a gun in that
No.
fucking building either?
I still see everything.
Oh, our dude survived. Oh,
Alright,
one
I'm
behind
going to
us.
these bins.
Incapacitated.
Alright, 99.
I'm gonna come with you.
Alright, cool.
You know now, just us. We got to
Oh, dude coming in.
Nice.
Got him.
Enemy down.
Nice. You loot. Oh shit, there's somebody here.
enemy.
Dude, that Mozambique is badass.
Reload.
I'm bringing our buddy back.
It's a dirty weapon.
Makes me feel all dirty inside.
Here's 35
Oh yeah,
heavy
yeah, I
ammo
will
if you need
switch
before he
to
gets
that
back.
shit.
Oh shit, two more dudes. This is a different squad.
And he's dropping with no guns and oh, they're two different squads.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at 2 times somehow survived. Where's he at?
He landed like up on a level above us.
I'm on the loading screen.
I feel like adding a tongue would a tongue be too much for this mushroom to have? I don't know.
Taste his own delicious flavor.
Well, he's screaming because there's a animal on him. If the animal is a cat, the cat's on him because he's chasing a butterfly that's above him. I think a tongue might be too much.
Go on, try to
Well,
stop me.
yeah, maybe. There's a couple of, I mean, there's several examples of the classic cartoon tongue out scream, though.
Yeah.
Excellent. Time to destroy more opponents.
That's such a ridiculous picture. Like, why would you ever be walking like that?
Introducing your champion.
Losing isn't fun. That's why I don't do it.
Cool Money 526356 is Jump Master.
Land there. I'm itching to draw first blood.
Oh, are you talking about the fucking picture
Yeah.
I sent? Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about your drawing. It just occurred to me when you... It took a few seconds. Yeah, I know, that was fucking weird.
Right, like you're on the beach. Like, what?
He was probably high as hell with his Kid
Yeah.
Rock
I
money.
mean, it's hard not to be high as hell with.
You'd have to be high to be
Yeah.
walking like that. Yeah,
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We're in the ring, which means they're going to
oh, I got an enemy on me.
I think someone's on our teammate. Or they were our teammate.
Yo.
Down with them.
I'm coming back to you guys because I think he's running for his team.
to you guys.
Oh yeah, somebody's on my building.
I'm trying to get there.
That's what she said.
I'm in the building.
All right. He took the zip up. Oh, Bangalore on my floor.
Oh, he's on right.
What?
That's what she said also.
Somebody else is jumping. Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh shit! I was out of ammo anyway.
I'm getting executed.
Oh, come on, teammate. Come up here and show your worth. Well, you aren't worth a shit.
So Kim opened the door because she's gonna get in the shower, so Opie's away, and Chibs is free.
Wait, send him to
And-
summer camp?
She gonna do the new challenge? You
No.
seen that one? The challenge where your boyfriend's always on the Xbox, so then you come in a towel and take the tail off and record the reaction. You didn't see
Yeah,
that
I've
yet?
seen something like that.
I just gotta exit this shit real quick. The character select screen, gotta wait till it's over.
Alright.
To leave this bitch ass party.
Musharna.
Shut up, Robot.
It's not a mushroom at all.
Oh, I was a robot. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Alright, you ready?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it's not a mushroom at all. What? Why would you tell me? If I looked for a mushroom Pokemon, why would you show me this Pokemon? It's not a mushroom Pokemon.
I mean, I also feel there's crazy looking mushrooms, so maybe it could look like one of them. I don't know. Sounds legit.
But it's not a mushroom. It doesn't look like a mushroom. It just showed me like it kind of looked like an anteater or something.
I feel like all this is all along the same tone as the flesh-colored mushroom.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
So like
There
an
are-
anteater or something.
There
I
are
didn't know
mushroom Pokemon. That's mushroom it's Morlul is a small white Pokemon similar to a mushroom. The center and largest mushroom is light pink, while the other two mushrooms are smaller and light purplish blue. That all sounds like,
I don't even know what that is, but that sounds a little cray cray.
You said the big one was
yeah, the big
pink?
one's pink and the two smaller ones on the side
The
of
other
it.
ones are
Yeah, purplish blue colored.
BPC?
Way too much like a penis.
Yeah, you're jump master.
Hold your breath. If you might be something good this way.
But that like looks like a radish with like 3 mushrooms on its head. That does not help me at all.
Might be something good there.
I guess this will just be my own OC Pokemon.
Oh, never mind. These boys.
Oh shit, there's some mirage looking at
Somebody's people
Oh
are behind
my
me,
God.
I believe.
I'm freaking out, man.
Oh no, that's you. Okay, it is you that's freaking me out.
Oh, there's another weirdo. He's
Oh, we're
looking
not
at
in
me.
ranked.
Get him away.
That means it's Mozambique time.
Yeah, man, that beats sick motherfucker. Oh, heavy ammo. Fuck yeah, I can use that shit. Here's some shoddy and energy. Here I go to save the world.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
Ooh, wingman. Ooh.
Oh shit! Enemies!
Okay.
Enemies!
Zero? You weren't supposed to die,
God
Zero.
damn! I didn't even hear him,
In the
dude.
box. Oh, fuck yes.
Uh-oh.
3-0. Wizard. Wizard. Wizard.
There's at least 2 up there. I'm sure
Oh,
it's probably the whole
no.
I'm
squad.
still with you.
Hold on, hold on,
yep,
hold on, I
yep.
dropped the
They're
wrong
up in the
gun.
shit.
Alright, I'm coming back. I definitely want the Mozambique.
Oh, there's one piece on the dead.
Yeah, this lifeline is...
You down
No,
one?
not yet. She's almost
Uh,
done now. But so am I.
No, all 3
Yeah.
are still here. Fuck. Oh, this dude almost killed. Just executed me. Mmm. 160 going dead, okay?
Oh man, I thought that was the one on the steps. That was the down guy. Damn it. Yo, that Mozambique with the gold fucking bolt was like pop, 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 pop.
Oh yeah, yeah, that shit wrecks people, dude.
Yeah, he bush
I like
like that
it. I like it.
motherfucker.
Let's see.
Plus, they upped the stackage for shotguns with the same thing. So instead of like, remember they nerfed it and it was low. Now it's like 48 per stack, just to make it easy
Whoa,
for
I didn't know
people
that.
to stack up and rape people with that Mozambique. Yep.
So, what I was about to say earlier was Kim put Opie away so she can get in the shower and open the door so Chibs could be free. And the house smells like something. It smells like food and it smells so good and I'm so hungry.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Joe told his autobiography and
stuff.
Grim's like what? I'm just kidding. Opie was taking a shower. Kim smelled like food, and the house can be free or something. I don't know.
So who wants a free house that smells like Kim and there's food in the shower? Because I got one.
I'm definitely in on that. Don't let me lose out on that shit.
Time to win and stay. I like to have a little fun. So
Shower food is best.
Not as good as pooping food. Pooping food is
No, you can eat
phenomenal.
lazy.
To eat while you're pooping? Like,
There's
goes in as it goes out?
Oh, you while you're pooping? I've never done that
Oh,
ever.
no.
I don't think.
So good.
You're engaging
just make
the
it
whole
poop longer,
system
or
at
what?
once.
He's using cheat codes, everybody.
It's a full body workout.
good place to land, but never mind.
Oh, that's true.
Hit that weird shit.
Alright, I'm gonna go to kind of the middle of the same.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the turd factory.
Are you on your toilet, Joe?
Yep. Ooh, peacekeeper and a choke. Somebody's here? Somebody's dead?
Yeah, I got
got
one close
no
to me
gun.
too.
Alright.
Oh, and our teammates here?
I'm gonna go over here to look for a gun.
Oh,
You
okay.
started
Oh,
here?
man, I'm
Fuck.
down. There's somebody that's really
Throw a
damaged.
grenade and run away, because I don't have a
I'm trying to
fucking
get
gun.
there.
They're
Where they at?
down
Where
that
they
way.
Did you leave any guns? I had a couple throwables. I'll try and make it count.
Oh,
I'll
God.
come
Oh,
with
God.
this.
This guy's hurt.
That made it count. You got
Oh,
him
you stuck
and his
him. You stuck
buddy.
him.
Oh, I
He ran
knocked him.
back to his
I
buddy,
knocked him
and
with
his,
that, but I got raped
and his
from
buddy
behind.
got some of that too.
Oh, that's hilarious. You ought to clip that shit. That was a good stick.
Oh, there's an error. It's not streaming on Twitch anymore. God damn it.
Joe, did you say that you can edit videos with Blender?
Yeah, I have Blender. I don't know it very well, but
And it'll do like basic
yeah, you can
video
edit
editing
videos,
though?
yeah.
Alright. And it's free, right? Or it's got
Yeah.
a free version?
Yep,
Or
it's free.
something? Oh, it's free. Okay, cool.
Oh, I got some porn you want to edit?
Yeah, you know. It's just the homemade
I had
shit,
a whole
you know.
lot of time in that middle part, so it looks like you're a stud.
Yeah, it's just like a 3-second
Yeah.
loop over and over. For like 5 minutes. Like, man, he is uniform in his thrusting.
Like, I've never seen anybody so perfect with it.
I've been trying to. You were talking about getting stuff done while we're inside and whatever, and I've shown the tiniest sliver of ambition, and I'm trying to learn how to use Linux, like on this online, like on this pretty good website that has all this shit broken down, like beginner, intermediate level, all this shit.
Okay.
And I just noticed they said when I was installing it that there's like a free video editor on Linux,
Here's a bag.
and
You know, whatever the case,
but
we're winning.
I haven't checked it out. I'm just trying to learn the basics of it right now. But like,
How prominent?
but I also wanted one on
How
Windows.
prominent is Linux? Like, learning Linux. What is
Well, when
what
it-
benefits with that?
It's important. It's not very important for desktop computer users, but it's very important in business because you can run servers on Linux that are much lower cost as far as the software part goes
Okay.
than like a Windows server. So a lot of businesses use it. And I mean, I knew next to nothing about it, and now I know a little more
Now I
than
know.
next to nothing. But But
Tiny
If you
bit.
don't know, now you know.
I'm trying to learn
Market. You want to do a market drop? Where is it? Behind this shit,
Yeah.
right?
oh shit, yeah. Oh,
Remember we
yeah,
used
that
to do a
sounds
lot?
good. That sounds good.
Yeah, we haven't done one of them.
We go. It's a
Back holes.
Back hole's the fun hole. Damn straight.
Yeah.
Check out over there.
That's what the root beer says.
Yep.
No. I don't get that reference, but it sounds hilarious.
Explain it to you off stream.
What is-
If you
Okay,
don't
okay.
know, now you know, Zero.
That's something so nasty you can't say it on adults only.
Well, yeah.
Whatever the root
Yes,
beer thing
can't
is.
say it. Not that it's like super nasty, but just that it could definitely be
Yeah, it's
offensive.
just, you
All right, so it's
You
one
gotta
time.
uphold your reputation,
Joe
right?
incorporated a root beer bottle into some sort of act. I can't say any more than that.
I'm starting to get a vague picture, and
But let me tell you,
picture.
it was phenomenal.
Barrel, stay back here.
Once
Oh,
you go
man.
root beer, you never go back. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
not far from the truth.
It can effectively cover so many flavors.
Yeah. Yeah, it can.
Which way we running? Oh, never mind. Grim
Where
looked
we
like he was
usually go, I
further
guess.
away than
That's
he
the
is.
Front door. I don't know.
Yeah, I just looked at you and it looked like you were outside the warehouse.
I ain't no way,
was
motherfucker.
unseeable.
A bunch of light in here.
Am I not invisible? I thought I was. Did you hit that shit
No.
over there? And no.
Lucky me, I have an extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
You will do it right now, though.
Shit. I'm gonna go peek over this way, but it's the opposite way. But there's a balloon there. So
Oh.
you can always skedaddle.
Up here. Joe,
I've got to get a new controller. I forget like every day to go buy
Order
one.
that shit on.
Someone's getting
Amazon.
brought back and fucking and that shit.
You know, I
Out
think
there.
it's
Do you want to
cheaper.
get
out
home?
there,
Want to
yeah.
go rape him?
Let's do it.
Oh man. Yeah, it's not far. All right, I'm coming out. I'm coming out.
I'll see
Get
you.
rid of that. All right.
Not much time left.
Burning stick. Give me the burning stick. All right, let's go.
Where
Let's
are
go.
you?
Let's go. All right, hurry up and get there then.
What? Oh man.
hostile right here.
How's that knockdown feel?
Oh,
you
shit.
bitch? Where's
I
the
did
motherfuckers?
so
Oh, they're doing like
Up on
much
a roof.
damage.
Oh, that's a different squad.
Oh yeah, watch
surely.
out for the roof motherfucker.
Oh, I'm dead. Goddamn, this guy was hiding.
Got somebody else pushing in.
Oh my god, I'm almost fucking dead. I gotta go fucking heal.
Yeah, I'm just marking him so you can see. I mean, so you know where he's at. Oh, he's got. Yeah, dude, run away, run away. There's people coming down the zip to wreck shit.
1 sec.
Oh, they're fighting. Okay, okay.
Oh, they just finished the last.
Yeah,
third
they
guy.
finished
I got
that
2
dude.
kills for
Yeah.
that shit. Yeah.
They're coming after. I'm just going to kind of distract them here, so they won't
Birdman
be
just did his special. He's coming around.
coming after you.
Oh, they know where I'm at. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Firing.
Oh,
Good
and
try.
from the back. Oh man. Rapage. No means yes.
See.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
B R to the B.
All right.
Man, I am definitely hungry. It's not just a fad.
What do you got
don't know.
to eat?
Let me go look. I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey, what did you eat? What did you
Yep.
Yo,
You can ready up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Joe just went to see what
No,
food
he also
was-
needed.
I asked him
What
what
food's
he had
left
to
in the
eat,
shower?
and he had to go look. Yeah. Oh, gross.
What food is in the shower? Let me find out.
I was expecting it to be quicker than this.
Just shit. Spotify. Games and apps. See all. So you used Spotify before? Is that the one where you can actually search a song and play it?
I don't think I have used Spotify, or if I did, it was really brief.
I don't see it, but I see 5 things that look paused. Maybe one of them is Spotify? I don't know. Fuck. Manage queue. Oh, that's crazy. For some reason, none of my apps have names, even in the queue. So I can't
Oh, that's weird.
start. Yeah, it just says pause, and it's like a blue Xbox symbol.
The other day, I started my shit up, and all my friends were like, I don't think it even showed their names. It was just like a generic portrait, and no, even if they had names as a generic portrait, but like you could click on an individual friend, and it would, show you their shit. But I just restarted my Xbox, and that took care of it.
It's always fucking retarded. Pause that. Oh my god, dude. This shit sucks. So it looks like I have to start updating everything one by one, pause them as I see them, but they're all games first. Oh my god. Wait, oh, Joe was looking for food? Yeah, we should probably play now. If he's going to eat, he's not going to be fucking playing.
Well, he
He's
didn't.
probably
No,
fucking eating.
he wasn't saying he was looking for something to eat. I just said like, what did you have to eat? And he's like, I'm gonna go see. But yeah, we can back out or whatever, and he's still in the party. We'll let him know. Did you get that invite?
Yeah, I have to like.
Oh, I got you.
I accepted it. Fuck no! Does that mean to try to start the other game? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I was trying to. I was going through the queue list. I already accept that invite. Am I not in the lobby?
No.
So going through the queue list, I like click on a thing, and once start updating, hit pause install. But then the ones that ready to start, so instead of giving me the option to pause install, I just start trying to open the shit. Way too fucking complicated, bro. Like, I just want to open Spotify.
Oh, you only had to update Spotify.
Yeah, but I couldn't tell
Okay.
which one was which because all the apps are blued out. So I just
Oh,
had
yeah,
to start,
right.
let everything update, and go one by one and stop them all from updating one by one. Shit's fucking retarded, dude.
That is. That sucks.
Still not done pausing all the fucking games from updating.
Oh, hold up. Thought I heard. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I heard loud noises. I thought Joe was coming back to his headset. Dude, I've got this little. Have you heard of an Instant Pot? It's just like a little,
An
home
Instant Pot or a
cooking
Neti Pot?
appliance.
I know Neti Pot.
an Instant Pot.
Never heard of it.
An Instant Pot is like a pretty popular little
Let
home
me know if I
pressure
like
cooker
flying,
thing.
alright. Home
Okay.
pressure cooker, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, they're pretty popular, and like I'm in a Facebook
Oh, yeah.
group that just has
A pressure
recipes.
cooker called Instant Pot.
Yeah,
Like a
it's like an
crock pot.
electric. Yeah, but
But
it's a
I
pressure
never
cooker.
had a
Yeah,
pressure cooker. I never even seen anybody with one. I've heard of them. Heard you can
Yeah,
make bombs out of them or
the-
something.
well, yeah, the classic, the very old ones are dangerous, but this is like a modern thing, you know. And like anyway, I'm just in a Facebook group that gives you recipes and shit. And like these Instant Pots, a lot of them have a setting that you can make homemade yogurt in them. Like I guess you just put fucking milk and some kind of like
Alright, I'm back.
a spoon of. Oh, god damn it!
Yeah. Oh, now you're.
That's okay.
Fucking
That's okay, though. We're
Joe,
just-
never being back.
No,
Yeah,
you're
just
fine.
invite the
You're
party
good.
You're
to
like
a
going
game,
to
Joe.
eat or something. You're going for a long
I
time.
was gone
or
for like
something.
2 minutes.
No, it
No,
was-
it's
it
at
was
least
much.
5 minimum.
Time compresses when you're smelling food.
That's- But I
Yeah,
made
but we
something
thought you were
that
probably just eating. I was like, if he has to go see what food is ready, he's not going to be back soon.
Will you invite
Nah,
party to game
fuck
when
you
you can,
guys.
Joe, and we'll just.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna when Kim gets out of the bathroom, I gotta go pee anyway.
mean-
so you're good. You
Okay, well, I mean, we're just in a two-man game here, but that's fine. But yeah,
We'll
so
go
they'll
here.
make.
We'll go here. 'Cause
Okay.
somebody will land here and kill us. Look at that fire trail guy. That's a Apex Legend.
Yeah, yeah.
Or a fucking, what are they called? The guys who are like the best.
predators.
The guys who just
Yeah,
smoked me.
Apex
Yeah.
Predators. Yeah.
The guy who made me turn into fucking dust as soon as I landed. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, well, I don't even. Yep.
Yeah, you can't kill me. I'm invincible, bitch. Let me go behind that truck over there. Oh my god, I hear all the bullets. We should just run away. You can get me up. Let's just get the fuck out of here. I didn't get anything.
All right, just came out of the bathroom. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll be ready for the next game.
All right, well, I'm sure we're gonna die soon because we're getting
Oh, look at all that
fucking wrecked.
shit going down.
Let me know if you find some health. Oh, I found 2 syringes. Oh,
shit,
what the
somebody's-
fuck? Somebody was hiding in there. Oh, that wasn't you? They shot me from out there? No way, dude.
There were like 3 of them after us.
No.
I'm gonna pee while he's peeing.
No. I'll send you an invite, Joe. Here. Joe.
All right, I'm back from a potty break.
Alright. I'm sending another invite.
Yeah, so there's like girls who drop their tail like on stream, like to show their boyfriend, teach their boyfriend a lesson. Like, do they not realize like they could be?
Well, they don't teach them a lesson. Most of the boyfriends, you know, throw their controller down and get it
Oh,
on.
then that's not the one I saw.
It's just like, oh no, it's not to punish them. It's more like, give me attention, and it shows how good it works. You just fucking show me your naked body, and all the boyfriends just are like, fuck this game. I'm with you.
Cause like I saw one where dude like freaked out,
saw-
like tried to like cover the camera and stuff.
Oh, well, that probably happens too. I mean, I saw like a video, it was like a montage, like 10 of them, and the one dude, yo, this girl looked fucking smoking. Like, this girl was like way out of his league, and she does it, and he's just like giving her a look like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, over and over, and like, just didn't do anything, just keeps looking at her like, are you going yet? It was fucking retarded.
And you can like see her in fully naked, or she's off camera.
Well, I think she showed herself in the tail, probably, before. It doesn't show her naked. It shows from, like, her point of view when she gets naked. But she was, like, one of the, probably the hottest one, probably. And her boyfriend is just, like, some Trump-ass dude. He's probably a homo. Like, yeah, she was, like, a smoke show. She was, like, really fucking hot.
I mean,
And it didn't look fake because it wasn't even that impressive. It wasn't even that interesting. It was just, like, she was just acting like a fucking weirdo.
I mean, like,
So...
I've noticed, one thing I've realized is like, no matter who you are, or your girlfriend is, or whatever, like, there's always someone out there that thinks that they're super hot. You know, like, there's always someone that like,
Oh,
so,
yeah.
like even if they're not that
true.
attractive, like,
That thinks
yeah,
they're
so
hot?
even if they're not that attractive or like whatever, like, because just like this, how you.
There'll be somebody that will think they
yeah,
are.
and
Is
you're
that
like, oh, she was so hot, and da da da.
Train.
So she shouldn't be
Right.
with that dude.
Like,
is what
he
you're
obviously
saying.
doesn't think she's that attractive, but
Yeah.
yet you described her as smoking. You know what I mean? So like, you
Yeah,
definitely
big smoke show. That's
don't
like top
need to deal
tier.
with like that bullshit
compliment.
because there's someone out there that will. I mean, think you're as gorgeous as you are. Oh man, I'm off the
Top
off the
tier
train.
titty trim.
It bounced me off the train.
Ugh,
So,
I got no gun. I'm dead.
There's a
Oh my
purple. No, there's a white vest up here. I don't. There's a guy coming back to it.
yeah, he's a box.
You're
yeah,
the
I'm
only
off
one
the
alive.
train.
No, you're not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're by yourself though.
Hey, good shot, Grim. Oh, how did that miss? There you go.
Oh my god, what the fuck? All 3 of them just beat me to death. What the fuck? I had a gay
Yeah,
sentinel,
that
man.
last shot though almost hit.
We're both boxes on the
Yep.
train. Yeah, did you see that shot that missed? I feel like
Yeah.
that was glitchy, right? You saw that?
Yeah,
It was
looked
right
like,
in
it
his
looked like it
fuck the
should have
back
hit.
of his neck, and it said I missed
Pl-
it.
Plus, your last shot was like, I don't know, like a tenth of a second from hitting. I mean, from you know, like the trigger looks like it should have pulled almost. You know.
Has the train stopped yet?
I can't. I'm totally
the
dead
train
now. I
is
can't
really
tell.
far away. You need a balloon. It's about to stop.
Yeah, I might
it's
hit
about to
this
stop.
balloon.
So yeah, you can
Oh,
get
there's
it.
two
Get that
balloons.
balloon. You can get a box at least. Yeah.
Oh damn, that
Gangsta
balloon's
shit,
a lot
Joe.
further away than I
Gangsta shit.
thought.
Joe's doing the gangster shit.
Do the medic speed boost.
Yeah, it's kind of far, but I feel like the balloon will take you there.
Yeah, I think you got a good chance. I'm gonna see if I can skip a song in my music program without it crashing.
Just give me an idea
zero
where it's
timed
at.
out.
What is it? Like the sky, right?
That's okay.
Oh, go to the other balloon. Go to the other balloon, and you can probably
Going.
catch it. Oh, never mind. We're gonna both go to timeout.
Time to go Rambo mode, Joe.
Is that Rambo enough for you?
Good try. Yeah, it's pretty Rambo, you know.
More like Grambo.
That was Rambo's brother, Hambo.
Yeah. Going Hambo.
That was Chip Rambo.
Listen, ain't nothing wrong with being a Chip Rambo. Hardest thing about being a Chip Rambo is telling your parents you're gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
you guys want to
yeah.
play rank? Do you guys want to play ranked or regular? I don't care.
Rank it up, rank it up, bro.
I like that.
Give me all the
gold
ranks,
Mozambique.
man.
Gold Mozambique is something special.
It is.
Ooh. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Boom, boom.
It's time to impress.
Time to end this.
Look at that golden suit.
Yeah.
I like to have a little fun.
He was making suits out of gold. Look at that money, man.
Shining like the sun.
A big ass son.
Yeah.
This is your champion.
I saw this coming.
With a sun shield and shit.
Supply ship.
This is gonna be really tough, guys. So
Alright.
close to us. So
I'm the leader. That's me. Or not. Whatever. I mean, as long as we win.
just heads up, I guarantee there's mad motherfuckers yelling here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we can catch it apparently.
Apparently, we can catch anything. I'm not in the front.
Oh, I almost fucking fell off.
No way. Did nobody else fucking land here? I'm on the bottom.
Yo, somebody's with us. Somebody's with us.
She got bamboozled.
I'm here.
He turned the corner and saw all three of us and ran the fuck away.
I hit him with one peacekeeper burst.
Somebody's setting traps.
Yeah, there wasn't no smoke after
There's a
that.
caustic on board.
Give my shield to recharge.
Is there? Oh, yeah, I heard that. I just assumed it was one of us. Alright. You ready? Let's go get it.
I guess he jumped off. There is a
Good
trap.
chat. Oh, he might have jumped off. Oh, there's a trap.
Yeah, here's another trap. Okay.
Alright, you want to jump into the tower?
Alright. Yeah, let's do it. I'm outie. Ooh, the shit's been opened. Right where Zero
Yeah.
landed. That's where I was trying to go. Shit. There's bins over here. I'm gonna loot that first, cause I got no bullets and shit.
Alright. Rounding up to 0.
There, purple shit, purple vest. Somebody get it.
Yeah, Zero, go get that.
Shit.
Oh, thank you,
Whoever
thank
wants to do
you.
the shit can.
Yeah,
do
what
it.
are you and
No,
have
you
it,
get
I'll
it.
get the
You get
blue
it. You go.
drop
Go,
for
go,
it.
go.
Alright.
There's a scout in here, and there's some shotgun bullets.
A scout. I have a scout with a double tap. I don't really like it though. I'll drop it for the first decent heavy gun I see.
How's that?
Oh, all right.
I'm
You
good.
want it? Scout double tap.
I'll
Anyone
take
want
it,
this
shit.
Double tap shit.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap.
I'll take your scout.
Did somebody say doubling? 'Cause I said that.
I could do some heavy bullets. I have 0.
Shit, I don't have a lot.
I'll just use a flat one until then. I mean the alternator.
Where's the scout?
Right by that fucking thing.
Oh, thanks. There's a hemlock if anybody wants it.
I got a flat one. That's my shit. I'm cool with it. Go hit some random bins
Yeah, the
and shit.
bin up here is not looted.
Oh, what? See that
Not
door?
in the center bridge part.
Like the electric door. Was that? It
No,
looks
that's
like
where I'm
that's
heading
you're
now.
at.
That door was open.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
already
I
open.
was talking about the bridge in front
Oh,
of
they
it.
might have ran up there.
Like the bridge that goes between that and where the tower is.
I don't understand what that means. The bridge. All right, so you're talking about the area where there's that electric door
Yeah,
that goes
so
up, right?
that and where we landed, where that like building is, it's like hanging off of a cliff. And there's those two buildings on the ground floor. Well, up at the roof of those two buildings, there's a bridge that connects.
Oh, those two bins.
Right,
weren't
yeah.
looted. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay.
It's all looted and shit.
Yeah, it's just not even looted.
Oh, I think those
Find
are
out where they
2X.
are and
I'll
fucking
take that
rape
shit.
their ass. There's probably people over here. Yeah, bins are open.
Yeah, I got 60
turn my music down a
bullets
little bit.
on both
Super
guns.
loud. 60
Yeah,
heavy?
I have
What are you
60
saying?
bullets for both guns. That's all the ammo I got.
Yeah, I can give you some light. I have like 20 heavy and 100 the other thing. Light.
And I'll be okay for the first fight. I just need to be on the lookout for.
Oh my god. I'm gonna pick up so many Bernie sticks. Next time we see some people, it's gonna be a fucking fire everywhere.
Spit hot fire. Yo,
I
what's
got
oh,
4
it's a
Bernie
dinosaur
sticks,
foot.
2 grenades, and an arc star. I'm just gonna make it rain on them O's. Just bought a Cadillac.
Put some D's on it.
Prowler SMG here.
Trail.
Oh, there's a gas trap in here.
Level 3.
They've moved on though.
What? I don't know.
There's a gas trap in this building, but they
Oh.
moved on.
All right, here I'm gonna drop my heavy because everybody seems to need
I
it.
feel like I'm hearing the wall coming. Yeah, the wall's coming.
I'm dropping all my heavy here.
Shit. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna
Anybody
pick that
see
up.
any kind of
I'm-
side I could use it.
And you got all that. Alright, fine. Alright. I didn't want to run that way because Storm's like about to fucking eat that shit all up, but I'll come get it.
Yeah, Storm's almost on us. It's just the first one.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't trying to really get at, right? Stop trying to burn me. There's a balloon around here somewhere, though. In the river? Are we past it? I don't know. Maybe not.
We can outrun this. I mean, it's moving pretty slow.
Yeah, probably.
It's a decent way to go, but
Oh, there's that balloon.
There's a jump tower over there.
okay.
We don't need to. I mean, I'd rather just loot
Check it over
this
there.
upper area real fast if I can. Find some bullets. I ain't got no bullets.
Yeah, it's probably best to go through here.
It's unlooted. Yep, cool.
I just dropped like, I don't know, 80 or 100 bullets.
No. Dude, what the fuck happened? I picked up 2 stacks and I only have 87 heavy bullets.
How many did you have before that?
At least 20.
I don't know. Because I dropped...
Optics here. Close range.
Maybe one of them was a box and not a stack.
Were they in 2 stacks? Or I picked up 2 stacks worth and it gave me,
I thought that... No, no hostile.
like, I guess,
I
67
thought
worth?
that there
or whatever?
was 3 boxes.
How about this way?
One was a stack.
Fuck, man. God. I barely have any heals. Well, Joe got the healing thing, right? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, and we're right at the edge here.
Beginning ring countdown.
There's some heavy in there. I can run in and get it. Actually, no, I don't have any room.
One sec, healing
Yeah,
up.
here, I'll do it. I'm
Do you have your thing?
Beautiful.
Your drone?
Deploying health drone.
Damn, I thought I heard an arc star landing.
What'd you say it was heavy ammo?
He just dropped it in that corner for you.
I dropped it.
Heavy ammo.
I need it.
Here's more.
Heavy ammo here. Sending out my decoy.
Extended heather mag here. Level 1.
Right, we should probably move in so we can get burned. Well, let's at least hit these.
Oh, the
big
gas trap in here.
Well, yep. Yeah, there's some of these. Been here, I'm assuming. Does it usually come with a gas trap? This
Standard
building?
stock here. Level 2.
Oh man, I could use that. Son of a bitch.
Rings nearby.
Oh, were you going for here? I'll drop it. Here, drop down, drop down.
Thanks.
No problem.
R301 here. 45 seconds. Rings close.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop this piece. Or do you want? You didn't have 301.
I mean, if you want, it's gonna be my secondary weapon. So go ahead. And
Well, mine too. Go
Good.
ahead.
Just take it. Just take it.
All
I'm
right.
good.
thanks.
Alright, there's fighting going on in the caves.
We're gonna kill everybody in this cave anyway, so it don't even matter. You have 27
Oh
seconds.
damn! I thought
There's
I
a
was
Bernie
gonna
stick in
Oh,
here.
0.
through my dome.
Yeah, I can't even carry anymore. I got 4. I had to drop 1. They were this way, I think.
Check it over there. 10 seconds, right next door. Easy. Sending out my decoy.
I'm hearing shield selling.
Oh yeah, they're below us.
Oh, yep. Murder all 3 at once.
Broke another one. Shield.
Use the storm. I'm just gonna crawl out of the cave.
Okay.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
One's down.
Circle coming in.
Nice.
2 down.
One down.
Oh,
Nice.
Third one down. Where's Scrim? Where's
He's right there. He's right next to you.
Scrim? God damn it!
I'm right here. It's the second ring. We're gonna get fucked up real quick. We gotta be quick. I only have 3 syringes, so I just gotta run
Yeah, I
the
got
fuck out
3
of here as fast
syringes
as I can.
also.
Oh no, I can't even get 1 syringe off. No,
Oh fuck!
fuck, man. I should have just ran out. Yeah, I'm gonna be a bot. Kill yourself.
Oh
Dude,
god,
you're
I'm
gonna
gonna
die.
die.
You're
I'm
gonna die,
gonna die.
Zero.
No, I can't make it anyway. It's too far. It's too far. I was trying to pop a med kit, but it took too long.
I thought we had a minute at the beginning of that fight.
I don't know. What's up, baby? You going to bed?
Didn't we? I thought we did.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's been or not.
Alright, I'm coming back for you.
Oh,
the
I'm
dude
on
was-
timeout. I'm on bleed out.
Oh shit.
Certain shield, you'll be alright.
I even forgot about that,
maybe not.
dude.
Maybe not with the medic shit. Oh man, that was like a half second from getting me up.
Yeah.
Go.
I'm going. Go this way, you said, right?
This way, yeah, into the storm. Yeah. Further. You're really gonna die.
So I
Wait,
also
go back
forgot
again.
that there
See
was
if
a
You gotta go back. Get my banner.
there was a dude who worked on Crazy Ex-Girlfriend who had the corona.
There's a what?
dude who worked on Crazy Ex-Girlfriend had the coronavirus and he was on a respirator or a ventilator or whatever. Well, he just died.
Dude that
What
worked
was
on
it? Was he on the
He
show
worked
or
on it.
just worked on it?
Oh, I just got
craziest. Okay.
detected.
You just got post.
Yeah, so I forgot about that, dude. One of Kim's cousins is on it as well in the hospital. He's on like a breathing machine.
30 seconds till
Oh,
close.
yeah?
Okay.
Can you hit the thing? Where's the nearest thing that's in the thing?
You don't see it? Well, the other one,
Yeah.
there's 19 seconds. Well, yeah, I guess the other one, but went the other one, we would have been fine to run in. We went to it. Might be late now. I don't know. We could probably still make it. I'm fine with that. I'm gonna do that. I'm sure we'll be alright.
As far as I try. How are there that many squads left in this tiny fucking? Oh.
Oh. Let me out. Let me out. I'm dying in a vat in the garage. Let me out. Let me out.
This is not a song. I'm really dying in a garage.
What the fuck is that from?
It's from Rick and Morty.
Oh, okay.
Heavy ammo here.
How about this way?
RE45 here. Helmet here. Leather one.
Yo, can I have one of those guns? Oh, never mind. I see,
Yeah,
I see.
get the other.
I thought.
Yo,
I
can you
pinged all
stop
5 of them,
stealing all the
Kira.
guns? Can I just have one of them?
Level 1. P2020 here.
I didn't notice that one of them wasn't taken. And I was like,
Alternator here.
hit me up on one of those.
Thing in half of all the ammos I say are shield cells. Do you have any shield cells? Yeah.
I have one shield cell.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, here's somebody. I
Yep, somebody
think.
just slid.
Yeah, they're in here.
Right here.
Okay.
Go bamboozle.
Yeah,
Somebody's
one.
out there.
Yep,
Contact
yep.
here.
I'm going around the right
There's
side.
somebody in here, I think.
Making contact with.
Did 88
Shit.
to them. They're in here. There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them. And a grenade behind you. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Woo! Oh shit! God damn it! Third one came in and fucked me up. Was that the only people we fought? No, because there were 3. We had 3 kills, not, and we only killed 2 there. So
Man, you guys
Well,
had kills?
got 70
I had
points.
none.
Did you get any points for that, Grim? Or did
28.
you break? Oh, okay. Well, not bad, not bad. Because you're
Yeah,
silver
I'm level,
now, so.
level silver, so I don't know if that... Yeah, there's an entry cost. That's what you're looking for. Oh, you can go ahead and ready up. I'll be right back.
So what kind of food did you have, Joe?
Alright, I got some Doritos and like little cheeseburgers like White Castle, but they're not White Castle.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got you.
They're so good. It's like 2 of them for $1. And you microwave them you wrap them in a paper towel, microwave them for a minute,
Let's get the job done.
and so good. I started buying them like for work, for lunch. But they're like my #1. They're like so good as like a snack and shit.
#1 slider. What brand are they?
Fast Bites or something.
White
Okay.
Castle?
Yep.
That was it. The best
Yeah.
sliders? They're good. I know. Yo, is there even a White Castle
No,
around?
there used to be one in Cherry Hill, but I think it closed.
Never mind. Never mind the ship.
Never mind. Forget
Okay. Okay.
We waited too long. Cherry Hill? I don't.
There
ever
used to be
think
one. I
of-
think that one closed.
This might be a good place to land. Heard that. Hold your breath.
I don't know. You can like buy them at the
System.
freezer section of the store.
How about this way?
Let me go.
But I don't buy the White Castle. I buy like the cheap ones from Dollar General. They're like $1 for a 2-pack.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And they're good? And what are they called?
Cheeseburgers. This newfangled invention called a cheeseburger.
Wait. Cheeseburger?
It's like a female version of a
Can't say
Burger?
I've heard of it. Hot dog?
basically.
A female hot dog? Is what you're talking about? Yeah,
It's
I
got some
follow
fat
now.
buns,
That's what the hot dog sticks in.
and you take the meat and you put it in the buns, and you don't stop till it creams cheese.
So Christ.
Well, you are eating your burgers wrong. There's somebody up there at the thing.
Oh shit! Where's it at?
Oh, there's somebody right there too.
Killing me.
Somebody on the bridge. I'm
Yeah, there's somebody here too, and there's somebody up at the.
You get him? The guy, he just came to you.
There's 2 people up here.
The gay guy.
Dude,
His
help.
name,
This guy's hurt real bad.
the
This
guy
guy's
with the
hurt real bad.
fucking bag. I fucking P2020. Alright, I got Mozambique bullets now. I'm coming.
I don't know how I didn't kill that guy.
Oh, he's over here. He's over here. This side. This side.
Alright, this guy's down. Oh, there's 2 of them.
Damn it.
I didn't even have a cool Mozambique. I had the gay one.
Because we're in ranked.
I did way less
I
damage
don't
than I
want no
thought I
gay
did. too.
Mozambique. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah. So this fucking quarantine shit. You know it's gonna be a long time, right? Not gonna just be like
Yeah.
another week or 2. Yeah. I mean, they extended it I think for another 2 weeks. And 2 weeks from now, then there's gonna be so many more people with the virus. It's gonna be like 1,000 times worse than day one. of
Well,
quarantine.
we're just
Well, I think they said till like
We're
we're
8:30.
just buying
Yeah.
time so everybody doesn't run to the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean,
Basically, yeah. Spread out the infection so you can deal with it. We're hoping something comes that'll actually fix it. Which I don't know if that's possible. Maybe. I mean, there's some stuff that supposedly showed promising things, but I mean,
It's a year and a half away. I mean, for a vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, 'cause the
Not
FDA
necessarily for a
standards.
treatment.
Even if they found something, it takes a long time to get approved by the FDA with trials. But they might push it through for emergency reasons, but like then the manufacturer might get sued later because it gave everybody AIDS
Yeah.
or cancer or whatever.
Mhm.
So I
Yo,
feel
give me
like
some
yeah, it's gonna be
AIDS
probably a couple,
vaccines.
at least a couple more months of this for sure. I mean, it's sky. I mean, you've seen the graphs, right? I mean, you understand what exponential growth is? Yeah, it's straight up. Steep ass
well,
angle
I mean,
to
if
the
everybody is smart and stays in and away from each other, yeah, I mean,
Well, we've been doing that's been implemented in most of the country, and it didn't change.
Well, because
fucking
people
grass
still
at
have to go to
all.
work and stuff.
So I
You know what I mean?
wouldn't
People
count
still
on
have to go to
any of
work and all that stuff.
that. Yeah, because there's shit that we need. We need, you know, food, cable,
Right.
Yeah,
taxes.
you can't
No,
stop
absolutely.
manufacturing food and shipping.
There's a
food
lot of
and-
shit that you just.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
it kind
right,
of
I
really
agree
is
with that.
necessary for
What's
minimal-
right, but like what I'm
life,
saying is
but,
what's not
you know,
necessary is to go
That's why
drink on the
we
tracks.
kinda-
Is what I'm saying. It's not necessary.
Yeah, but not everybody's doing that. A lot of shit. Just...
No shit, there's
What?
a dude
One
in here.
shot
I've
it
got
with
no
fucking
weapon.
Peacekeeper? Come on, bro. One shot it. Yeah,
I'm trying to get gun.
There's light. There's okay.
Okay, I got a gun. I got a gun.
Next ring's fine.
Somebody's throwing grenades at you. Let's get in safe. Safe.
Yeah, I think it's from downstairs.
Yeah.
From down the bridge.
There's some dude
I
that
got
has
his
Peacekeeper
spinner.
right by my box. Be careful, Zero. He literally killed me with one shot.
Oh,
Of Peacekeeper. So he's probably good.
They're gonna be chasing us.
yeah, I'm sure he's close. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yep.
Yeah, here he comes
There
down
he
the
is.
hill.
That's the guy. That's him.
He's expired.
Oh, how's it feel to not be able to eat bitch?
Yeah, this RE45 is pretty accurate.
Oh, behind you,
behind
Zero.
us, behind us.
you.
Oh, that's
Fuck.
unfortunate.
I was
That
hitting
is
some decent shots with that RE45.
Yeah, I know. That sucked. That guy flanked us from behind there. If it had just been those two guys, I think we could have got him. But that fucking guy
That
shoot me in the
third guy
back.
didn't come. You guys definitely had him for sure. Yeah, this shit's getting real annoying, man. I mean, that's one of the things that
Yeah, I
I
need that
notice
fucking
really
check soon.
makes me feel better is being with people. You know, makes me happier. I mean,
Yeah,
talk to
I don't
people,
mind stay. Yeah, you know.
text
I'm sorry. Go
and-
ahead.
You know, fucking groups on Snapchat, this and that, whatever. But it's not the same.
Well, I think
Chatterbait.
people are going over tires on Friday.
Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah, but also, I mean,
But I think tires at high risk. Tires in the.
feel
I mean,
guilty. Also, Tara herself is, yeah, she's in the medical field. They made up 50%. of
yeah.
all
So I don't think
cases.
anybody should hang out with Tara.
They probably still do. So, and I mean, doesn't sound like a good
definitely not.
idea. I mean, maybe I would hang out with other people that quarantine themselves and are safe all the time, like I am. But she literally goes to work every day and deals with sick people. So,
I don't mind staying at home or staying away from people at least for a while, but I got to make some money too. I mean, I'm not in that great a financial situation, and I mean, you know, the government's
Yeah.
not going to keep sending checks.
you can sell fat burning coffee on Facebook to all your
Yeah,
friends.
with some keto coffee, dudes.
The keto coffee, the kind that doesn't have all the carbs in it, you know?
Yeah,
The kind that costs $20 for a 3-day trial.
you guys want to buy keto fat?
We got
balls?
people here.
Who wants to die? This dude?
Oh,
nah,
somebody behind
nah,
you,
man.
Grip.
I'm just
I'm
kidding.
burning that guy.
I can't really kill anybody. That was a joke. Ah, this dude shot me with some other gay gun. Probably Mozambique.
did?
I shot
Somebody's
that
coming
other
up behind
fast
you.
guy, though.
Behind you.
There's somebody else around here. I hear him. Help him out, Joe. Oh, yeah. Distract him. Oh, get him with the 1-2. Get him with the 1-2. Oh, there's another guy murdering me. Like a triple take or some shit.
Oh, good try.
That was... Oh, nah. That fun. I mean, it was fun. It would have been funner if we killed people.
Hand-to-hand
Fucking
shit.
triple take, man. And I even had to fight to get the
Better than the
triple take.
gun
got
I had.
Most of my damage from getting beat to death.
Also, amid all the joking, I don't know if Joe mentioned those are called Fast Bites. The burgers. We turned it into
Dollar Tree has
we turned
them,
it
you
into an
Yeah,
orgy
they
of
do
humor.
have them, but I get them at Dollar General. Actually, no, Dollar Tree has like the big ones.
Oh, Dollar Tree.
They have like the big ones for $1. Dollar General has like the 2 little ones where they're like,
Fast Bites. So it's
yeah,
what, 2 for
they're
$1?
the same brand that Sunoco used to sell. Remember, like there was like cheap. Well, actually, Sunoco used to be like $3.
You
Yeah,
put in the microwaves there. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's way more.
yeah. So
Remember when A Plus used to have a deal? It was like, I don't know, like $1 or $2 for like 2 hot dogs and like a drink and a bag of chips or some shit.
no, but 7-Eleven
It's the
has
best
a
deal ever.
like a 5 for $4 deal of stuff off of like the griller. So you can get like regular size hot dogs, any of the taquitos.
Oh, or those
Yeah.
roller things. Yeah, I've got those roller things. They got the ones that are like fat, weird things or like taquito type things. Yeah, I've gotten that. That's
Yeah,
pretty, they're
yeah,
pretty
but
good.
yeah, they have a
Pretty
deal
good.
for
That's a
for
good deal.
5 for $4. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah. Taco
That's
Bell
a lot
got
of
pretty
Yeah.
good.
for $4.
They got these 2 things. They're called grande burritos or something. One's like beef with like basically a big soft taco with sour cream and like Fritos.
That's what they called me in
The
high
other one's
school.
like a chicken chipotle thing, and they're both and they're both $1 each, but it's a fucking good deal.
The big soft
Now we're gonna go
taco
here
with
and
sour
then-
cream.
Where's the door? Go right in. This is the door, right? Anybody that goes in that fucking portal, we're trying to be the guys that come and murder them before they have guns. Okay?
Alright.
The door's right here. You know what's that, right?
Oh my god, like 37 people went in there.
Oh,
We
somebody's. Oh my god, I'm like climbing up the door. Oh my god, I'm still not in. What the fuck is happening? Oh shit. Let me get a vest. Get all these guns. Oh, they're all like fighting for no reason. They're about to be dead. Oh, where'd this vest go? Did somebody come through here?
Somebody's in here behind us. Yeah, I'm down.
Oh shit, I'm getting shot. Right here. Yeah.
That dude's a dead motherfucker. Ping anybody you see.
Motherfucker die. Right here. At the same door. There's one in the hallway too. No, there's 2 dudes in here.
Oh my god, I'm almost fucking dead.
They're enemies.
Yeah, they're not your friends, Grim.
I don't have any shield cells. I gotta do this. Oh man, I'm dead.
Oh no. Good try.
Ugh.
Hell, we did get guns. I mean, I got a gun and I left a
Yeah,
gun, so 2 of us
I got a
got guns.
Mozambique and a
Wait,
longbow.
you were the first one in, weren't you, Joe? You left the
No,
first
I
one
was the
in.
last one in.
Oh, I was. I picked
somebody
up
went
a
in.
Spitfire and left an alternator.
Oh. I thought it was Joe, and I was like, and then like the door was closed in my face because I guess all of us were trying to open the door at the same time. I'm crawling up the door over and over, and then I ran into an alternator. And I thought
you know,
it was
talking
Joe,
about
though. And I also thought Joe was
food
great,
deals.
so I really don't remember what happened. Clearly. No, you know what it probably was? That fucking portal thing. It looks like a wraith every time somebody goes through it. I think that's what it is.
That's probably it.
I mean, it probably makes sense if you don't think about it.
Yeah, let me don't think about it. Everything is.
Speaking of food deals, Costco in their food court, you can for $1.50 they'll give you like a drink and a. Oh, what the fuck? We lost Grim.
No, I'm still here. Oh, what am I
No.
not in the lobby? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I
Hold
got
up,
through it.
I unreadied, so we can invite you. But yeah, for $1.50 they'll give you like a foot-long Polish sausage. type
You'd
hot
be into
dog
that type of weird
and,
shit.
Wait, who does
drink,
this?
Like a big drink.
Hey,
Yeah, you love to down a Polish sausage. I don't even take.
hey,
bites.
can I get
Talking
your
about BJ's?
Costco's? But yeah, basically it's all about the
Polish
BJ's. It's all about
What are you talking about? Oh,
it's all about the BJ's.
Oh yeah, we got a Sam's ground around our house, and I had a membership. I'd go there. It was a fucking great
There's
deal,
a
dude. Go in there, get like a slice of pizza. It's like basically a quarter of a pizza, and like a drink, or like there's like a hot dog and drink combo for like $1. Everything's cheap as fuck.
Wow,
Food
yeah.
court.
pay like a $30 a month
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm rated up.
No, it's 60 a year. Costco
No,
is
you're
60
saying
a
Yeah, I
year.
was saying, yeah, pay like $30 a month to get a
It used to be
dollar
40
for hot
the
dogs.
place I was talking about, but I don't remember how long ago. It was
Oh,
worth
but,
it though.
but honestly though, it's $5 a
You
month.
enough of
It's
them.
$60 a year.
Well, I can't afford anything that's that
I mean,
expensive.
I don't know how much it is now, but yeah.
But
well,
yeah.
listen. Paying for a membership to like Sam's Club because you live near me, it's definitely fucking worth it, dude. There's like so much shit that's way cheaper in there that it pays for itself in like one trip, basically. There's mad
yeah,
meat
dude.
deals. They got $5 rotisserie chickens. They got electronics that are cheaper than anywhere else. Jewelry, basically anything. Like, yo, it's insane how much.
And like,
Matches,
yeah.
tires. If you have any tires for your car, they're cheaper there than anywhere else usually, and they'll put them on for you for free or super cheap. Like, they've got mad tires there. It's like bargains out the yin yang.
Like in Costco, they're probably extremely similar, Costco and Sam's. But like, you can get 40 rolls of toilet paper that are so fucking big, it's like 2 rolls in one. I mean,
You
they're
can shelf
huge
like
fucking
Yeah, I
rolls.
don't like those
Yeah, I know.
rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't fit on the
exactly.
thing.
No, they're not like rough paper. or
Yeah,
anything.
no, just the
And
size.
like, they're huge.
You're
as
saying they're
fuck.
really big, so they won't
Yeah,
fit
they
on
don't
the
they,
toilet paper.
they don't fit on my
The actual
thing.
dispenser.
You know, they might. I don't know. But like, but yeah, you get 40 of them for like
I'd rather wipe my ass with my
$17.50
hand.
or something, and they last
Big
forever.
toilet paper roll.
Yeah, I don't have your fancy
Personally,
rollers.
If it doesn't fit on my thing, I'd rather use my hand.
That's because you're a weirdo.
Or I'll make my own bidet with a garden hose.
You mean every time you take a toilet paper roll out of the pack, you don't instantly roll it into pre-made pads of a fixed size and stack them up?
No, well, yeah, I do that.
Well, then what are you even talking about?
Let's do the same thing, except win this time. What are we even arguing over there?
Who are you even being right now?
Yeah, once I open roll toilet paper, I roll it up into maxi pads and tampons or whatever normal people do. Duh.
Oh, yo, they're gonna beat us.
Yeah, I wasn't even trying to open the door. I was just
beat us.
letting you open the doors.
They ain't gonna beat us. I actually tried like twice, and it was really hard to do that. Did nobody go there? No, I saw some shit.
Oh, dude, right here.
Yeah, bitch. I ain't worried about that hoe.
Oh, one behind
Oh,
you. Fuck,
shit.
Grim.
Oh,
One behind you.
fuck. That hoe I'm worried about. Okay. Yeah. How did he even get behind me? I didn't hear anybody run through. What the fuck?
He must have looped around or something. Yeah, I don't really know either. Just glad I'm
Yeah, he
still
didn't have time
bronze.
to run around. Maybe he just also landed the way we landed.
Probably.
Oh, fuck. Alright. Maybe I'll stop doing insane tough drops. Because they're not
Yeah, sometimes I
organized
like
great.
them.
I mean,
After
I
a
like them.
couple of
Sometimes
times
it
in a
works out.
row.
I mean, sometimes we'll kill everybody.
Yeah, it
and it'll
does.
be sweet.
It all depends.
But when
yeah,
it doesn't
exactly.
work a few times in a row, it kind of like bothers me.
Yeah, that's
feel like
how
a
I feel.
bitch.
Same here. well, no, I mean, it just gets
feel like a
discouraging
bitch.
when you get some bad luck a few times in a row. Okay, I do feel like a bitch.
At least you can admit it.
There should be like an Alcoholics Anonymous, but it's Bitches Anonymous.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm a
It's
bitch.
anonymous.
Hi, Joe.
I'm Joe, I'm a bitch.
Yeah, so the other day I was at the
Don't wanna be
grocery
a bitch, you
store,
gotta admit you're a
and a
bitch.
guy, they said, I can help the next person in line, and I was the next person in line, and the guy behind me went in front of me, and I didn't say anything because I'm a bitch. So, thanks for sharing, Joe.
Thanks for sharing, Joe.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Here's a hug. That'll fix it. Well,
Hugs,
I'll
not
fix it
bitches.
right up. Good old hug
Yeah.
from a stranger. Yeah. Hugs, not bitches.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's your first time here. Here's a big old hug, Joe. We all love you.
I remember going
It's okay to be a bitch.
and like they ask like, oh, whose first time is it? Like and like raise your hand. They like you give your name and then like at the end they're like.
And everybody's like, let's give you a big ass
Well,
hug.
they passed around like a thing for people to put their phone number on if they want to be a contact for the new
doll?
guy, and they like filled them out.
Yeah. But then they harass you. People will literally harass you, call you, harass you, trying to like help you in some noise. So
Yeah.
don't hurt-
Well,
Did
don't
both
run
you
that shit.
did both
I
you
learned
guys
my
get
lesson.
sentenced to Alcoholics Anonymous or something?
No, yeah, well, lifetime
Yeah.
sentences to it, but it wasn't Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh wait,
also.
this
Yeah.
is
some
voluntary?
sort of anonymous life sentence
Yeah.
that we got sentenced to by being cool guys.
I'm not even
Super cool. We
I'm,
were the coolest.
I missed the ship. I couldn't make it.
Oh my god, I'm in here. Oh, that's the blue vest. Ah, give me a gun. Who the fuck are you, bro? Oh no.
Oh, I fell off.
Oh, this bit. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can crawl off. But I think they're gonna execute before I can make it.
Yeah,
I'm
running
down.
from the dead.
God
no,
damn
I'm
it.
making it. If you guys can. I'm not.
Somebody's chasing me, I think. I've
I'm
got
not
nothing. I'm
executed. I
running through the
jumped off.
desert.
I'm dead.
I'm gonna be like right here once I fall off these fucking canyon shits.
Alright, I'm on my way to both of you, but I've got nothing myself, so we're probably
I
fine.
hear footsteps. Oh, this bitch came to execute me. Oh man.
Joe, you don't have shit either.
I had a P2020 and some light bullets, but they probably took the light bullets.
Oh, somebody had already looted you. Because your box evaporated when I took your... God damn it. Come on, now.
There's
Oh,
a
come on,
race
give me a
right
gun,
there.
you
That's
bitch.
the bitch that killed me.
Yeah, I have
Oh, you
no
don't even have a
gun.
gun? Oh no, hit the other bin. Fuck that arm start. Do the other bin real quick. Oh, you don't sell. Oh no.
Oh, no, I hit the leather.
And there's guns. There's a 301.
Yeah,
and
that's
a triple
that's
K. Oh,
disappointing.
That's bad luck. Did you not see where that wraith was when you were running up? Oh.
No, I didn't see the wraith. Was that the wraith that killed me? I thought it was a fast leg. That.
Yeah, it was the wraith that came down and executed me. And then that's why I was like, oh, there's the wraith. That's why I was like, don't go for that arc star. Just check the other bin for a gun. 'Cause she was running
Yeah.
right up on your ass.
I feel like when I was running on the bin, she was like 20 feet away from me, and I figured the Arc Star was just as good a chance. I mean, I didn't think I could open the other bin, pick up the gun, and do anything with it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna stick this bitch.
I thought you saw her. The only reason
I did see her, but
kind of second guessed it.
I
is
went
'cause
to
when
the
you went
first-
to the arc star. You looked to the left.
Yeah, right,
So I was
right.
like, maybe you didn't see her. I don't know. But she could have been over there. I was like, maybe you didn't see her, because I mean, I'm not playing, so I have nothing to look out for except fucking random race in the background.
The ring isn't really complex, but it can be a little complicated. Wait, what did I just say?
This place is something else.
Yeah.
Joe, when's Tara doing a thing?
Yeah, they
Friday?
said in the group chat Friday.
I saw him talking about it. And then she's like, who else besides Jess and Greavy? And I just didn't say anything.
Cause you're dirty, Tara. You got the corona, Tara.
know.
Nobody wants to come, Tara.
She got the Rona. I mean, there is such thing as like super spreaders. You know, basically just like people that come into a lot of contact with people, and it's just high risk. It's high risk. I'm not worried about myself. I know I'll be fine. I ain't dying, but I'm worried about my family. You know, my mom, my grandpa, who has leukemia and just got 2 heart stents put in his heart fucking 2 weeks ago. You know. Well, I dropped my food because otherwise she would
yeah,
go food shopping, or my Uncle Brian would. You know, so
Oh, there's people everywhere.
even me would minimize. Oh, there's some homo running over there.
I don't have
I don't
anything.
have a gun though.
here's a
So,
Mozambique.
oh my God! Somebody's behind me.
Here's
Yeah, I'm dead.
bullets.
What the fuck, man? Why wouldn't I? I'm gonna lock her in here with you. Oh, you got her? Nice. Oh, I shouldn't have opened it. Oh, we're trying to execute her or get me up. Well, I'm gonna use the health thing, and then you can go kill her.
Patch myself up. Hang on.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Yeah, I
Okay,
got
where'd
2
you crawl to?
Mozambiques.
I don't know, man. Get Mozambique in 7 fucking
I got bullets for you.
I'm not happy. I feel like I'm just having badass luck with fucking everything. All the drops. Oh, there's people around here somewhere. I did hear shit. I don't even know where it is.
Yeah, I can't find any help.
I'm healing, bitch. Shit, I forgot I was healing, bitch.
Did you kill that bitch? Oh, somebody's trying to
Oh,
heal
shit.
somebody.
I just dropped this
Oh,
thing.
shit.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the
keep
healing
marking.
bitch.
No, I'm coming.
You didn't kill her. There's a robot right here. I hit him once.
Yeah, I
thought you
couldn't
went
see where she
finish it.
crawled to. No,
A robot went
I was like,
upstairs,
where did she
up
crawl
top.
to? I can't find her. And I
Apparently
couldn't
she
find
was like right where she died. That's what it looks like.
her. Yeah, I looked all around. I honestly didn't
This is
see
not
her.
going so well. I think it's about
Damn.
quitting
Two
time.
Mozambiques.
Fucking
and a Eva.
Mozambiques. Who would have thought Mozambiques aren't great weapons? Not me.
It blows my
You
mind.
leaving now,
No,
Jeff?
yeah,
Alright.
yeah,
play
yeah.
one more,
I'll play
Joe?
another one,
At
but
least
it's
leave on a good game. Leave
we're
on a
getting
good
to
game,
that
at least.
point.
Leave on a good game.
Yeah, maybe we-
That was bad luck. I just been losing points this week playing ranked. Oh, I forgot we're playing ranked. I should have
Damn,
moved
you
all
got
those hot
pretty good,
drops.
pretty well up though in the. I thought you had like just made silver 4, but you were pretty far up in it.
No, I was up like 100. Let me see. What is it? 1,200 is the starting point. I was up like maybe almost 200 into silver.
Voice.
Now I'm up 102. Not terrible.
Yeah, let's bring it back. I made the mistake of putting on a like a. It's just called rap rotation, but it's like pop rap rotation. So there's a lot of fucking mumble rap in this shit. And there's a track on by Nebuchadnezzar featuring Lil Tecca. You know the big
Yeah, I mean they
names.
sound like real people.
Oh, yo, they're like, aren't they #1 in the charts? Nebuchadnezzar and Little
Lil
Tecca?
Tecca.
The sad part is they probably are #1 in the charts. Doesn't matter what kind of
Probably.
garbage they make.
Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two.
Exactly.
True.
You know. Oh, I thought my.
Man,
Yeah,
I
just
fucked this
crashed.
drawing up.
It did crash, and I'm not mad at it.
I definitely fucked this up by inking it.
Let's do something not insano, okay?
All right. Nice.
Look at
Nice. Safe
this
drop
dumbass
zone.
town. This dumbass town. Who would go here besides bitches? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So anybody that lands here, we should be able to kill. You know? Right?
Yeah.
We never land here, and I feel like that's his Trump town.
Unless
Right?
we're the
Nobody
bitches.
goes here for a drop. Unless they're going there because they're scared of a fight. In that case, we'll beat them up. Right? That's my
Sounds
my
good to me.
train of thought. Sounds legit, right?
I got a wingman. I'm gonna land all of my wingman shots now, and I'm gonna show people what is
Oh, you already got it. My
up with the
bad. I didn't mark it.
wingman. I'm gonna be cool again when I'm done with it. I'm be like, yo, remember when the wingman wasn't cool? Well, I just brought that shit back like a fucking lightning bolts in the eyebrows.
Wingman, no, 100% cool. Lightning bolts in all the eyebrows. Double tap blue shotgun bolt. In the ear things, they're in here.
Double tap trigger. Did somebody say doubling? I know I did. I said that.
I found nothing but a 45.
I pinged a 99. Yeah.
Did you?
Oh, I didn't
I
see
didn't
that
notice
shit.
that either.
Jesus, people. It's over here.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Hemlock here.
Yeah, I'd take that team luck.
99 here. Triple take here.
I'm not getting the 99 Grim.
Oh, I guess I am.
You guys loot the roof?
Okay, just loot it. You wanna get wrecked? Yeah,
No.
yeah, I did. Yep. I have no
Oh, okay.
shield, so I could use some of those. But also, there's a purple vest here. Who wants my blue vest?
Go ahead, Joe. You've been giving me purple vests all the time.
Oh, there's another blue vest here. Fuck, and another 99.
Oh, damn.
Good shit for everybody. Who wants good shit? You want good shit? You got good shit, motherfucker. I guess this shit wasn't looted.
I need a
Doesn't
bag.
look
Is
like
that
it.
bag?
I don't see any evidence of prior loot.
Yeah, oh, I did. Oh, there it is.
I need a
Okay.
bag-o. If we see a bag-o. Biggity biggity bag-o. 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 Biggity 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 bag-o. I need a bag-o. Not a...
Oh, fucking flatline. Don't mind if I do.
Equalizer here. Level 2.
45 seconds. Ring spot.
I'll take the first.
Oh, there's a fire up here. Anybody seen the select fire?
No. I'm gonna take the first blue
yet.
thing. If
There's two blue stabilizers up here. Anybody needs one. Well, Joe does, obviously.
yeah.
He said it.
Do you want this other stabilizer, Zero? I can bring it down for you.
Blue stabilizer.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Ah, fuck yes. I just found a select fire. Throw that trailer down, Joe.
10 seconds. The wind is fairly close.
Where are you? What side are you
Another,
on?
I'm just kidding.
I got it, I got
I'll
it.
come up and get it. That sounds.
I'm throwing it down right now.
impossible.
Yeah.
Can you really? Oh, I was really just joking.
Yeah.
Oh, you really did it? Oh shit! Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, man.
Here's a
There's a
bag.
flatline.
Oh, yes. I need that back. Yeah, no, I'm running with a wingman.
Is there one with two?
Oh, yeah, I'll put that on the wingman. Unless Zero wants it. I'm okay. I got a circle sight on it. Okay.
I already got one, thank you.
Dropping a circle sight.
They got a purple vest
Optics here. Close range.
and some fucking cool ass shit.
This
oh,
is the
man.
game we get.
Hey, you know, I
1,000.
noticed.
This
I need to
gonna
put
be a
face
dog.
cam on this.
Purple vest and a fucking prowler select
there's a
fire.
blue,
Oh man,
uh,
how could we even
Eyes
lose?
on. Knockdown
I
shield.
feel like we can't.
Battle two.
Blue knockdown.
Good. Jump in.
Oh,
I
Zero
could
here. I got
probably
this for you.
use it. I think so. Nope,
Oh,
I
thank God.
can't. No, wait. Yeah, I have a blue thing. A blue shield. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, thanks.
Go get that thing if you can
Optics
use it.
here. Close
I
range.
can't. I got double U's too. Oh man, it's just getting better and better. And I got 99.
Yeah, you know, I noticed one
nice.
advantage of the circle sight over a U sight like, on the 1X. Like, the circle sight zooms a little bit, even though it's a 1X, and the U sight is just, you know, it doesn't.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Oh really? Well, I don't even like the zoom edge. I didn't even
Yeah,
know
it's
this
like a
thing really
little
shows.
bit.
It's like
It's like a
Slightly
half a
zooms
zoom
in
or
when you
something.
look.
Just barely, but a little bit. It magnifies.
heavy ammo and syringes.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
Yeah, I just
I'll
like
take
the
one
U
box of
because
the
it's
heavy.
like no shit blocking my fucking view. Like
Yeah, I like that too.
Pull out
I
the
guess
U
they both
and
have a
it's just
strength and
like-
a weakness.
I just gotta put that little red dot on the enemy and they just disappear.
It's like the yin and the yang.
Flatline, blue vest, heavy ammos, all the cool shit. You, one of them gold things. We have to go far? Nah, not too far, but the ring is coming in.
Hey, we already got some points.
Look at that. We didn't even do nothing yet.
Ooh,
I'm doing it for you, viewers. All you
ooh,
viewers.
I'm still negative too, but I'm getting close. Getting close to being point positive. Shit. All right. There's 4.
Oh, somebody's
little
shooting
field
at the
cells.
somebody's shooting at the bird. They're over
Oh
there somewhere.
yeah. All right. You see where the box went? Let's go to where the box dropped from this side of here. Cause they'll just
Okay,
pop up there
well,
like, where's the box?
They're probably
at?
coming
And then
from
we'll
right
murder
there.
'em.
Oh
From the
yeah,
other
okay,
side,
just stay
yeah.
hidden.
But like go this way, cause it's where the box is. Here they are. I see them.
I'm almost to you.
I'm almost dead. Oh, I fucked them up with
They're
that.
zipping up they're going up to the rocks up top.
Just get in there.
I'm not.
Broken shield, there's two of them up there.
Oh god! Oh god!
Oh,
I
there's
got
somebody
one
here.
of them down, but I got
Ah,
rims on them.
There's only one left.
He's over here.
Where's the last guy at?
no, there are two different squads. Two different squads.
Oh god! Oh, one's coming behind. Yeah. Oh shit! This is gay. Yeah, get out of there if you can, Grim. They're 50. Oh god. Oh yeah, keep going, Grim. Oh my god.
Oh my god, there's people fucking everywhere.
Get to
They're
victory.
getting them up.
I mean, get to safety and achieve victory. Oh, here's a dude up here, way up there.
Oh my god, I gotta get out of the storm, I'm gonna die. Oh my god.
Oh no! What?
Oh my god. Ah! Ah!
Oh, way
Nice.
to go, dude. Damn.
There's somebody crawling up
Way
here.
to go.
Alright,
Let's explore this way.
I'm so worried. I feel like everybody's around here. Can you guys
Yeah, I'm
crawl
coming
into
to
the
you.
shit?
I'm trying. I'm like a rock's in my way, but I think I can.
Alright, here we go. I got this guy. It's Joe.
Yeah, I'm almost out.
Yeah,
of the
you gonna
storm.
make it? You gonna make it out?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
There's mad boxes
Oh shit!
out there
There's two
also.
dudes over here. There's two. They kill me, but there's two dudes right where I'm marked.
Just a scrape. 1 second.
Oh, I
Yeah.
downed one. There's only
coming.
one left. Joe. Fuck this hoe up. Right here. Right here. Yeah.
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 Past your knees.
That
was awesome.
Yeah, man. I have no shield cells left.
Oh, freaking fire bitch miles from my
fuck.
boy. Fucking G5.
At least there's 3 little ones. Alright. Let me get Zero's thing for it.
We
comes
already got
out.
it, I thought.
And then where's the
Oh,
other
there's even a
boxes at?
revive thing directly next to
Zero! How are you in the storm? I thought you made it out of the storm. What happened with that?
I got shot. Two people were on the edge of the storm
Oh.
and they
I
shot
got
me.
it.
I gotta heal up real quick. You got it.
Picked up our teammate's banner.
And the revive
There's
thing
one
is
right
like-
here.
Just up ahead.
Right.
I can't heal my
Oh, there's
somebody's
one-
shooting
yeah,
at me.
that's-
Somebody's
Do you
shooting
have
at
any
me.
extra shields?
Oh shit!
Alright, well...
Save yourselves,
well,
save yourselves.
Pause time out. I can't heal
Yeah.
myself. Do you have any shield cells?
Shield battery here.
Oh, fuck.
13 miles
Here.
south of the
It's like right here.
I got two little ones too.
Let's go this way. Let's go
I
this
got
way.
you.
Yeah, if you got little ones, I'll take them. Did we hit these boxes yet? Yeah.
You got 10 seconds before
I'll
the ring
just-
comes in on you. 10 seconds.
I'll just take some throwables. Oh shit. Fuck, let me shield up real quick. And we
Yep.
have 0, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, do you have any extra heavy? I only have 39 bullets. That's my main jam.
Oh shit!
prowler.
Storm is right on your ass.
Cool. We're good. We'll just go in there and rape everybody. That means yes, right?
That's always the best strategy.
Oh, I got
Today
3
it
birdie
does.
sticks. Oh, that's fucking plus.
Offering care package.
Taking him out with a decoy.
All right, people are gonna be right around here somewhere.
No,
Up
I
here,
didn't
you
see
see
them.
him?
They're above us. Okay.
Some robot just zipped up to the left. Go up here and be like, bitch.
Whatever.
Unless
I'm
you
following you.
where? Oh, there's somebody right here also. Oh fuck. I'm going
that-
to go.
on that rock.
Hide. Oh, you're gonna be by yourself. I have to heal up.
I've been down.
Yeah, I had to leave. There's a
Grim,
bunch
if you
of
go
them. You got caught in a
hide-
trap.
Oh, we're already top 3. We're already top 3.
Sometimes luck is involved, but this time it was skill.
Oh God. Damn.
That was a good game, though. I mean, we were. I'm sure we were top 3, so.
Number 3.
I know it's disappointing when that shit goes down like that, but still.
Yeah. Well, it was a good
Yeah.
game. Definitely enjoyable.
Yeah, some good shit.
I'm about to get off too, but I probably got like one more in me if you want to play, Grim.
Yeah, I'll play one more. You want
just
to play
getting
one more?
late as
TJ?
Yeah, I'll done do one more.
Alright.
Go on. You can ready up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right
Me
back.
too, I'll be right back too.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
If you are with me, I'm with you.
Today we'll be going
Yo.
back and say, oh yeah.
Back on track.
This is your champion.
Who shall win the next fight?
Damn, you know, I just noticed I have like almost 300 kills in like the less than a week or so.
How do you tell that?
Cause remember when I hit 5,000? Well, now I'm like almost 5,300.
Oh, nice.
That's how I tell.
I thought there was like some kind of like weekly stats or something that I didn't know about.
Nah, he
Nah.
just
I just
uses
remember
good
that
old
I
numbers.
was happy I hit 5,000 recently.
Here we go. It's a long drop.
Good old arithmetic.
Been tracking it on the whiteboard, doing the equations.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah, man, you were good
3
at math. You
hours.
should have been an accountant. Man,
Are you calling me a Kim?
The battle happens
calling you
Oh,
somebody.
shit,
No, yeah,
We got
I
enemies with us.
thought about doing that. Or being an actuary.
Like I don't know if you would have like the patience to be able to stick it out. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, we're fighting.
I enjoy it when I do stuff like that, but it does get on my nerves sometimes too.
I mean, there isn't a lot of math to it. Oh yeah, you came to Philly, bitch. You came to
What the
fucking
fuck,
Philly,
bro?
mother.
These
Oh, I
motherfuckers
should have executed him.
Smoke my ass.
Oh man,
All three
my
of these
God.
bitches.
I don't have a gun.
Just a
No,
spell. One
you
second.
guys landed over there. Oh, you didn't, both of you. We just kind of spread out. Yeah, there's like
Oh,
2 or
shit.
3 dudes running, 2 dudes running the building. Yeah,
Yeah, Kim.
I was hoping most people would go to that fucking blue zone.
No, you're good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Kim always says she doesn't do. There's not a lot of math in her job. It's accounting. It's making sure that everything is accounted for. You know what I mean, like looking at last year's return and seeing what's different and why it's different and if they paid something. Yeah, I mean it's just like tracking the money. Yeah, I mean there's not a lot of math. But I mean it pays so good.
Yeah, I mean it's not very heavy in math. It's more like
Yeah, like it pays so good. I mean, like Kim makes almost 100 grand. I mean, a year.
Yeah.
Noise.
I'd have to go back.
Yeah. I mean, like they hire like even before you're at, like a manager at Kim's level, like interns and stuff. They still pay like $25 an hour and shit. But
Noise.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something that I don't know about my past. I guess it would be okay because it's so long ago. But
yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yep.
I never got that shit expunged either, so yeah, I'm sure that would be a problem. But I mean, Bartown right now is pretty cool. I only have to work like maybe 30 hours a week, make some good loot. Maybe I
you can't be
move somewhere else.
That's not
and
bad
make
at all.
even more. You know.
That's really good money for 30 hours a week, man. I mean, that's a decent full-time job, but I'm saying for 30 hours, it's double good. It's 25%
Yeah, I mean,
better or something.
I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm doing okay. Bartending,
25% better in 40 hours.
I'm doing pretty good. Making depending on the week, probably anywhere between like 8 to 1,000 for the week.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's about I mean, you know, if you averaged everything out, that's probably about what I made. If you,
I mean, not all.
well,
weeks.
if you added
I mean,
my,
there could be a
insurance and
$700
shit.
week here and there in between, but like,
well,
for the
sure,
most part,
but
it's somewhere between there.
you're probably making about the same as I made in my last good job, but I was working, you know, well, technically I was at work 42.5 hours, but I was working like 37.5 hours, so you know, I was working more time.
Well, that's pretty much. Yeah,
because we got an hour lunch.
Overtime probably would have been sweet as shit. Just time and a half.
Oh yeah.
But alright, fellas, I will.
Yeah, I gave up those day shifts because it. Oh, you're not with us anymore,
Yeah.
Joe. I thought you were
Nah.
fucking dropping with us. I mean, you did say one more. I just assumed you're like, damn, I love playing with my buddies. I'm playing with some more.
I wouldn't abandon my friends. No, I just.
I'll never do
I
that.
mean, good to know. I never said those things.
This guy up here calling us bitches. Are you gonna let him get away with that, Zero? I don't think it's cool. I got him.
Nope, uncool.
And there's one more.
All right.
Did he turn into a boxer now? Thought I heard a zip line.
No, he did not. He did not.
Yeah, I haven't.
But yeah, Joe, if you let us know when you.
Yeah, I'll probably be on tomorrow. I mean, I definitely have been having fun. I mean, I normally enjoy it, but
Me too.
Oh,
I
somebody
feel
right
like
here.
Oh, okay.
been especially having fun.
It's definitely
Oh, they
better
got me.
when all three of us
Yeah,
are playing. I know that much.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, so
Oh shit! I didn't know
I'll
you were
see
down.
you. You gonna be on tomorrow?
Probably.
You think, Joe? Sorry, we're just doing the
yeah, that's what we're
so,
talking
my
about.
teammates like pretending to get me up and then stopping at 95%.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I'll get you.
I feel like
What's he
there's an
doing that
idiot.
for?
Feel
Oh
like
yeah.
there's
They
a
but-
probably remember the time you did that to them, and they're like, "Oh, I'm finally in a game with this motherfucker. I'm gonna do it back to him."
Yeah, I've definitely done that to people that were bitches and annoying. For sure. Can't say I have.
They're like that fucking dude in Billy Madison when he calls him up and apologizes for bullying to
Yeah.
him in high school, and he like marks his name off the
Yeah.
revenge list and like puts on lipstick.
Yeah.
Off the revenge list. Fuck yeah.
Man, I'm glad I called that guy.
Yeah.
Alright, well I just fucked this drawing up, so I'm gonna spend some time trying to fix it. I will talk to you fellas later sometime. Tomorrow probably.
Sounds good, man.
good.
I will see you
Adios,
tomorrow.
fellas.
See you, Joe.
Alright, so thank you for coming out. I do definitely appreciate it. Whether, I mean, wherever you came to from, whatever, however, whether it's Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, whether it was for a minute or 10 or an hour, I appreciate it. And all the engagement I get on social media. Again, it's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter. It's Mechanic G. I'm not very active on that. Also, Instagram, I have an art Instagram that's quirked art. I think I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna keep everything. So it's gonna be Mechanic Art next couple days. That I'm working on a website, sell some merch and some art and some yada yada. But I appreciate all the engagement I get for that. Yeah, definitely do. And those, I mean, everybody that shows up, and Zeddy for stopping by and keeping the chat live, I appreciate that. Shout out to Grim and Zero both for the games. Good ass games, really enjoyed it. But to those who did